Good morning. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a mix of clouds and sunshine across the mid-state today. Temps back in the mid to upper 80s this afternoon. We've got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Hezbollah is vowing retaliation against Israel this morning after thousands of pagers detonated simultaneously yesterday, killing at least 9 people and injuring thousands. ABC's Christiane Cordero has more.
Responsibility, but a source says Israel was working to perfect what's called a supply chain interdiction attack. Former State Department official Steve Ganyard explains
the Israelis likely saw an opportunity, bought up thousands of pagers, took them apart, inserted explosives, and then put them back on the market to sell directly to Hezbollah. And then using the radio frequencies that normally bring data into that pager, they simultaneously detonated all of the pagers.
Lebanon's Council of Ministers called the attack criminal Israeli aggression on a sovereign country.
The Iranian ambassador to Lebanon also hurt in that attack. A 17-year-old boy shot and critically wounded last night in a robbery gone bad outside a Mapco store on Smith Springs Road near Percy Priest Lake. Police say the teen allegedly tried to rob a man coming out of the store at around 7 last night. That man grabbed a shotgun from his car and shot the teen, whom he said had a handgun. Police did recover a gun from that teen. He was taken to Vanderbilt Medical Center. His condition is unknown. More than 20 threats have been aimed at Rutherford County schools in the weeks since the school shooting in Georgia. And schools director here, Jimmy Sullivan, says 2 students are now under arrest.
When there's a threat or a false rumor, they cause significant disturbances in learning, are intolerable, and have serious repercussions. These actions are dangerous and harmful. They cause parents to worry and upset students within the school community.
And he says students are also amplifying the threats on social media. Well, a new campaign from the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department has been launched. It's called Report It, Don't Repost It, to help law enforcement identify the real threat faster. Market numbers here brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks closed mixed a day before that long-awaited decision from the Fed. The Dow fell 16 points a day after a record close. The S&P eked out a positive finish at the close, up 1 point, while the Nasdaq rose 36 points. This is pretty much the opposite of Monday's finish. Investors are waiting on the end of the Federal Reserve's latest meeting, where Chair Jerome Powell is expected to announce that the central bank is going to cut a key interest rate for the first time in more than 2 decades. What we're waiting to learn, though, is if it's going to be the usual 0.25% cut, or if the Fed's going to go big and call for a 0.5% cut.
Daria Albinger there reporting. Futures are up ahead of that report. The Dow futures are currently up 64, S&P up 7, and the Nasdaq futures gaining 25. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a couple of problems already. Antioch, it's Bell Road at I-24, a crash involving injuries. You want to avoid that spot. Also in Madison, Old Hickory Boulevard at Graycroft Avenue, another crash involving injuries, another spot to avoid this morning. Joan Jones, WTN News.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Wednesday, September 18th, along with Joan Jones and Johnny B. I'm Dan Mandis. This pager story, I am so fascinated by this pager story.
It's so 007, isn't it?
It is 007, Joan. Yeah. I love it. And the fact that all these terrorists from Hezbollah, they get their new pagers from the company, and everybody's excited. And they've got their pagers, apparently, Johnny, in their front pockets when they exploded.
The one guy had it in his, he was wearing one of those like waistband, like a I don't even know what you call
them.
Like
a fanny pack kind of a thing.
Like a fanny pack, yeah. And it was pretty big. He was in the market. Did you see that one? And it just blew out in front of him.
So if you want some fun today.
Blew out his fanny, I guess.
Yeah.
Well.
And other things,
And other things. That's exactly.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, how am I going to say this? Joan hit it out of the park. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to have some fun today, and I certainly did yesterday, go on the internet, go on X and whatever, and find all of the videos of the terrorists getting their comeuppance. I mean, you've got groins exploding.
Oh.
You've got fingers that are being blown off. You've got, if they're carrying their pager in their back pocket, they've got holes in their backside. I mean.
Okay, so what do you think about this? I described this. I was talking on the phone with my daughter last night, and I described it as an incredible story about these pagers exploding and killing all the terrorists. An amazing story. Mm-hmm. My husband said, "Be careful what you're a little too excited about this story. You take too much glee in this." And I was thinking, but they're terrorists. Like, they're getting back what they give.
Exactly.
So a couple of things. Number one, this did happen in Lebanon, and this did happen to Hezbollah workers. They're terrorists. An 8-year-old girl was apparently killed. But by and large, unfortunately, this is one of those things that happens during war. Israel right now is fighting for its life, and Hezbollah has been attacking Israel. So Israel, I mean, this is so brilliant because Israel, apparently these pagers were made out of a company in Taiwan, but they were actually manufactured in Budapest. So you've got the pagers themselves made in Budapest, Taiwan, sells them to Hezbollah, whatever happens. Israel ends up intercepting these pagers and putting explosives into the pagers, and then they send them on their way.
Iran's got a lot of countries to be very angry with.
Oh, man. I got to tell you, Reuters describes it this way. The devices left a trail of small, bloody scenes throughout the country as they exploded in people's pockets, bags, and hands. Some of the victims lost their hands, had chunks blown out of their thighs or groins, and maimed faces, according to photographers on the scene for the Associated Press. Israel allegedly orchestrated the complicated attack to take out Hezbollah's central method of communication as the group had switched to pagers over phones to avoid Israel's surveillance at its leader's order in February. So how would you like to be the guy that made that suggestion in that meeting? Hey, I've got a great idea.
Let's use pagers.
Oh, my Lord. And you know what? I get, Joan, what your husband is saying. I totally get it.
I think maybe when you're in the news business or just paying attention to current stories, current events, you might get a little hard about these things. You might
Jaded.
Jaded. Yeah, you might be able to talk about it just feeling like that's okay when, it's loss of life. Of course, that's terrible. But it's really a comeuppance for terrorism.
So I would say that if a terrorist is dead, that's the only good kind of terrorist is a dead terrorist. So I'm sorry about the 8-year-old girl. I have no idea, whatever. But I will also remind folks that it was Hezbollah who attacked that soccer field in Israel and killed a whole bunch of little kids on a soccer field. So there's not much you can say about it. Again, sorry for the 8-year-old girl, but when you live in a place like Lebanon and your country allows Hezbollah to do what they do against Israel, sorry, but these things are going to happen. I don't feel sorry for any of these folks. I just don't. I mean,
they started
again,
the fight.
Yeah, well, you're right, Johnny. I mean, listen, Israel has often said, listen, all we want to do is have our land and survive. That's all we want to do. But it is Hezbollah and it is Hamas, it is Iran. All of these nations are constantly attacking Israel. So yeah, Israel, they deserve to be able to fight back. And also, obviously, let's not forget about the terrorist attack from Hamas. So Israel is over here trying to fight Hamas. Suddenly Hezbollah, of course, and everybody saw this coming, Hezbollah starts going after Israel as well. And so now Israel is fighting these wars on all of these different fronts. All of this, quite frankly, is financed by Iran. So we can have that bigger conversation. But I just like the thought of dead terrorists and terrorists losing their fingers and other parts of their body.
Are you a Jeff Dunham fan by any chance?
I'm familiar with the name. I know that he's a comedian, but I don't know a lot about him.
So he's a comedian, but he's a ventriloquist actually, and he's got puppets. And one of his puppets is Ahmed, the dead terrorist. Have you ever heard this? We've gone to see his show here in Nashville. As a matter of fact, he's amazing. And Ahmed's famous line is, "I kill you.
I kill you.
I kill you."
I've heard that. I think I've played it as a drop in my past.
We have to have a little audio because there's a lot of Ahmeds today.
Oh, I bet there are.
Yeah.
I kill you with my 4 fingers. I kill you.
Yes.
Get it? Because they no longer have 10. It's whatever. Doesn't take too long before one of my jokes, bad jokes, derails the conversation, right?
Too soon?
Write down.
Listen, it's never too soon to joke about dead terrorists.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Whatever. I mean, there might be some people that get upset with me, but I mean, listen, if you're upset because terrorists who their goal is to destroy Israel, if you're upset about that, well, then you might want to take a look at what side you're on.
Exactly.
Is all I'm saying. Anyway, it's 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, the super text line is open. 615-737-9986. Time to check the roads on WTN.
All right, let's check it out. Davidson County here in Antioch. It's an injury crash. This one's on Bell Road at I-24. Another crash involving injuries in Madison, Old Hickory Boulevard at Graycroft Avenue. There'll be some ambulance out there, some police out there. There's spots that you want to avoid this morning. Otherwise, it's just construction at this point. Roads are looking pretty good. Joan Jones, WTN News.
All right, 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather goes, partly clouded today, highs in the upper 80s. And yes, there's a lot of news to get to today. First of all, coming up later on in the program, I'm really excited. Johnny, you know how this usually goes. We got Bill O'Reilly coming up on the program at 8:05.
Nice.
His latest book is Confronting the Presidents. One thing that I learned early on, Joan Jones, is that you never called Bill O'Reilly a conservative talk show host.
Oh, is that right?
I did the first time. We all know that I get nervous, right? So I got Bill O'Reilly coming on the show. This was years ago. He's been on my show many times since then. But first time I ever interviewed him, I made the mistake of calling him a conservative talk show host. And I think I said it a couple of different times.
Did he get on you?
Oh, he sure did.
Yeah.
He confronted the host. And he was nice about it. I think he
So what does he prefer to be called?
Bill.
Okay.
Talk show host. Me, you know what? I forget what I call him. You know, he's former Fox News host. I don't even call him that anymore. He's just Bill O'Reilly. Everybody knows who he is, BillO'Reilly.com and all that kind of stuff. Best-selling author and all those kinds of things. So looking forward to Bill O'Reilly coming up at 8:05 to talk about his new book, Confronting the Presidents, and he talks about every single one of of our past presidents and things that he says that they have done wrong and so forth. And so looking forward to always a great conversation with Bill O'Reilly coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I thought this is great audio. Kamala Harris asking this question.
Do you have full confidence in the Secret Service to protect all of you?
I do.
You feel safe for you and your family?
I do. But, I mean, you can go back to Ohio. Not everybody has Secret Service. And there are far too many people in our country right now who are not feeling safe.
So I hear that, and I'm thinking, finally, Kamala Harris has an understanding about how so many Americans feel. And she's right. Americans don't feel safe. We don't feel safe from illegal immigrants who have come across our southern border and are wreaking havoc across America. Murder, mayhem, rape, drugs. We don't feel safe. Women are being raped. Horrible things are happening to our children. Yesterday, in a 13-minute segment, I detailed a lot of these things. And of course, we all know that she advocated for the Minnesota Freedom Fund that bailed out dangerous criminals. So perhaps maybe now she's beginning to see the error of her ways. Many parents don't feel safe because she chose Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate, who put into law in his state that kids can be taken away by the state from their parents and given gender-changing procedures against their parents' wishes. So I was very excited when I heard Kamala Harris finally admit, yeah, we Americans.
There are far too many people in our country right now who are not feeling safe.
We don't feel safe. So I thought, great, she finally gets it. Her failed border policies and other policies have made Americans feel unsafe. But then she kept on talking.
I mean, I look at Project 2025 and yes. I look at, like the Don't Say Gay laws coming out of Florida. Members of the LGBTQ community don't feel safe right now. Immigrants or people with an immigrant background don't feel safe right now. Women don't feel safe right now.
So the same old tired lies. And it is interesting because she keeps talking about the same old tired playbook. Remember, that's one of the things that she constantly said during the debate, the same old tired playbook when it comes to Donald Trump and the things that he supposedly said. But honestly, she's the one with the same old tired playbook because she doesn't tell the truth. And it's the same comments time and time again. And all these things have been debunked, but she keeps using them. Project 2025. Donald Trump, I know, just give me 5 seconds. Donald Trump has disavowed Project 2025 again and again, and she knows that. And the Don't Say Gay law in Florida, it doesn't say anything about don't say gay. Has nothing to do with hate. It has everything to do with teachers teaching age-appropriate material when it comes to discussions of gender and those types of discussions. They don't want third graders learning about changing genders and all that. They just don't. And that makes all the sense in the world. But you see, the thing is, when Kamala Harris talks about the same old tired playbook, it is her that is using the same old tired playbook. And you know why they're doing that? The reason why they're doing that is because they themselves, they don't really have an updated playbook. You know why they don't have an updated playbook? Because their updated playbook would have all kinds of chapters on the perils of illegal immigration, the perils of their policies, soft on crime policies, skyrocketing inflation, housing prices out of control. All of these things would be in their updated playbook. So they don't have an updated playbook. So Kamala Harris is the one that is using the same old tired playbook.
And so, yes, I feel safe. I have Secret Service protection.
Right.
But that doesn't change my perspective on the importance of fighting for the safety of everybody in our country.
You know, it is interesting because she talks about fighting for the safety of everyone in this country. Can we all agree that that is a bunch of BS? I mean, clearly she is not fighting for the safety of everyone in this country. She is more concerned about open border policies so that they can import an entirely new voting bloc than worrying about the safety of the American people. And of course, this was a completely kiss-arse interview from these folks that were interviewing Kamala Harris. And so they don't follow up with, well, what about, you know, this person? What about this person? What about this child? What about this child? What about all of these people that have been killed and maimed by all of your illegal aliens, refugees, whatever you want to call them? I'm just saying. I've got more audio from this Kamala Harris interview, if that's what you want to call it. It is kind of funny because people are specifically saying something about this interview regarding Kamala Harris that I'm going to get the opinion of when Joan Jones and Johnny B on during the Gang of Three coming up. Right now it's 5:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones, what is coming up?
Well, we'll tell you about President Trump's new beefed up security. And election officials are sounding a very familiar alarm about mail-in voting. That's coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. 3471. Joan, you on the super text line?
I am, yeah.
All right, Joan, this is going to be on Joan.
Okay.
Joan, I want you to read the text message from 3471, and you tell me if that is appropriate for Nashville's morning news. We're not going to do it right now. If you deem it's okay, then we'll read 3471's comment. Johnny, you can play too during the Gang of Three. But don't say it now. We'll decide if it's appropriate for Nashville's morning news.
Okay. I'm okay with this.
Are you okay with it, Johnny? Will you check it out?
If I have time, yes, Dan.
I'll tell you what it is during the break. Actually, I'll have Joan do it.
Okay.
All right. 529 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's a 3-cup of coffee morning. And I got to tell you, my favorite coffee these days is Space Cowboy Coffee. Dan Mandis here. And I can tell you that as a guy who does get up early, way early, that first cup of coffee is critical to waking up and feeling great. Now, I've tried all kinds of coffees over the years, and now I've discovered Space Cowboy Coffee. It is incredible, rich-tasting coffee with signature blends from around the world. Now, if you're a coffee snob like me, give Space Cowboy Coffee a try. Their blends and single-origin coffees are as unique as their name. And if this is the first time that you've heard of Space Cowboy Coffee, it's not going to be the last. It's a new company based right here in Nashville. I've been trying all of their different brews, and yes, they are incredible. So check them out online, spacecowboycoffee.com. Use promo code Dan. You're going to get 10% off on that first purchase. You spend $50 or more, and you get free shipping. Remember, that is promo code Dan to save some money and get some of the best coffee that Nashville has to offer. spacecowboycoffee.com. That's spacecowboycoffee.com.
Hello there. It's now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got some sunshine, maybe mixed with some clouds today, and up in the mid-80s. The forecast and traffic is still to come. Security is taking on a more serious tone for the Republican presidential nominee. Donald Trump arrived at his Trump Tower late last night. His limo led inside under the protection of a big white tent. A Secret Service counter-sniper team was stationed on scaffolding above, surveying the area as Trump's motorcade pulled up. His security detail is now larger than that of any former president receives while in the 5 boroughs. He'll hold a rally in Long Island today. Meantime, the scope of the bipartisan task force investigating the assassination attempt against the former president has been expanded to now include the second attempt on Sunday. The task force is led by Republican Congressman Mike Kelly.
We'll have the ability next week to communicate what we've done so far, and I think people will be amazed at the amount of work that's been done.
Kelly said the task force has conducted 23 interviews so far. Some elections officials across the nation are worried that the U.S. Postal Service is not adequately prepared to handle mail-in ballots. Does this sound familiar? They're urging voters casting absentee ballots to mark them and return them the instant they get them. Here's Nashville Elections Administrator Jeff Roberts telling Channel 4.
We've had some issues that where the ballots didn't get delivered or were sent back, questions like that, but we've always been able to call the Postal Service to try to figure out what happened.
Already, 4,200 voters in Davidson County have requested absentee ballots. The deadline to request them is October 29th. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures, they are up 69 right now. S&P futures are gaining 7, and the NASDAQ futures are plus 29. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 5:32 on Nashville's Morning News. You know how much I love the Glock store for so many different reasons. Now, the Glock store, it is where I buy my guns, my ammo, my accessories as well, and it is where I learned to shoot and continue to train. And I know the training in the Glock store, it's great because every session is a private lesson in private rooms, not public lanes. They also do parties at the Glock store. I've seen bachelor parties going on and birthday parties, especially retirements, and they even do corporate team building. Now, parties will include a VIP room and a kitchen, dedicated shooting rooms with instructors and shooting activities designed for every level. They include ammo and, yes, even full auto options. So to get your party started, call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-682-6565. 615-682-6565 for the Glock Store. They can start planning a customized party just for your needs. The Glock Store is my place to shoot and party, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Just one spot causing some problems this morning. It's in Madison, Old Hickory Boulevard at Graycroft Avenue. It's a crash involving some injuries and maybe causing some delays. Otherwise, you're just looking at construction spots along the way. Joan Jones, WTN News.
.537 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. It is time for the Gang of Three, brought to you by My Patriot Supply. PrepareWithMandis.com. Good morning, Johnny B.
Good morning, Dan Mandis.
Joan Jones is here. Good morning, Joan.
Hola.
Hola. So did you tell Johnny what 3471 said about the exploding pagers?
Yeah.
And what did Johnny, you okay with, that kind of content on Nashville's Morning News? It's pretty edgy.
I love it. So you know, I vote for it.
So we were talking about the exploding pagers and, how all these terrorists and Hezbollah, I'm sorry, these pagers exploded. And so all of these terrorists, some were carrying the pagers in their front pocket and they exploded, which means that, they've probably got some issues down there, maybe blew it right off, if you know what I mean.
Little terrorist junior is wounded, gone.
Hey, Johnny, the terrorists have a message for you.
Silence! I kill you!
See, I like it. Yes.
Silence! I kill you!
That is so funny. So, 3471, so much for the 100 virgins for the terrorists after losing their tidbits.
Tidbits is a Cute little word.
Yes, it is.
We don't like the word little, Joan. Just
I kill you.
moving right along.
Okay. Walked right into that. Yep, I did.
Yep, she did.
All righty. Let's see here. So, the Trump assassin, would-be assassin number 2, would-be assassin.
Yes.
Have you heard the neighbor of this guy? What's his name again, Joan? Help me out. Ruth? Ralph?
I called him Ralph.
All right. So apparently they have now caught up with one of his neighbors in North Carolina. And this is what she says about her neighbor, would-be assassin number 2.
When you were at the house inside, did you see anything political or anything like that?
No, only thing I seen, they had a horse in the house. I mean, a whole live horse in the house. But
So a what?
They had a horse in the house.
A horse in the house.
A whole live horse.
A whole live horse.
They had a horse in the house.
Yep, whole live horse. This is what she said in complete comments.
How do you mean a horse in the house?
A horse, a whole live horse.
In the house in the outbuilding?
In the house where the living room is at. Put hay all in there, and the big old live horse. And the horse, yeah.
And did anyone step in, like any?
Yeah, he stayed in the house. I mean, when it's winter time, at least
But did the authorities intervene in that, or did anyone complain?
I don't guess they cared.
So there was a horse in the living room?
Yep. It was crazy. I mean, I had told all my friends because they didn't really. I took a picture of the horse in the house, but I don't know. I step home now, but yeah.
So there's a horse in the house.
So there's a horse with a horse's ass.
That's exactly right, Johnny.
Very well. I dare say.
Yeah.
I
bring your pets inside, I guess.
I guess.
What a weird man. Sorry.
How do you have a horse in a house, like in the living room? I mean, how do you do that? Like,
I always think it's really mean when somebody owns like a quarter of an acre and they have a horse.
Yes.
Horses need to run. They need to move around.
Well, it's the same with these folks that live here on Music Row in these condos, and you'll see a Great Dane. I'm thinking, that dog doesn't need to be living amongst this.
Yeah, they're walking him across the street.
Yes,
from our facility.
He needs to be on. He needs to be on a farm somewhere, running around.
Well, why would you even want a horse if you don't have the property to deal with it? That's number one. Number two, with a horse in the house, there's not enough zero res calls in the world.
Oh, man.
Can you imagine that? Because, horses
Yeah.
Hey, little buddy.
Well, that's what they do. And, if you said something to somebody who had a horse in the house, they might say,
"Silence! I kill you!"
So anyway, apparently this guy was kind of weird.
Well, and tell you, where's he getting? This guy doesn't make a lot of money from what I understand.
Yeah.
Yet he's able to fly from, Hawaii to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Where's he getting his money? That's what I'd like to know, because he does a lot. And he was recruiting for the war between Russia
and Ukraine.
Yeah. How can he do this?
He was pro-Ukraine. Yeah, that is weird.
And it was a volunteer thing. It wasn't like he was being paid to do that. It was a volunteer.
Yeah, where is it? Somebody's giving this guy money. It's got to be.
Johnny, what are you saying?
I'm saying that.
Wait, hold on. Hello? Johnny, it's the CIA. They've got a message for you.
Silence! I kill you!
They got a pager for me.
They got a pager for you. It's exactly right.
Did anybody think that pagers were even made anymore?
No.
I said that to Johnny earlier.
Yeah. I haven't seen a pager since 1988. I mean, really?
Yes, that's what I thought.
So I never had a pager. Like my first cell phone was like a Nextel.
Yeah.
That was a combination cell phone, and it was like a little walkie-talkie.
We had those too, yeah. Wait a minute, you didn't have a bag phone in your car?
No, Joan, I didn't.
Oh, the big brick?
The big, no, not the brick. It was actually in a bag, and you could plug it into your car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had one of those.
Did you really?
Yeah. I was
You were
cool
pretty
and
highfalutin there
stylish.
back in the day, weren't you, Joan Jones?
Yep.
Wow.
No, very good. And when people called you when you didn't want to talk to them, did you say,
"Silence! I kill you"?
Is that what you?
The listeners, They're not going to get sick of hearing that at all.
I'm sure that they would. Listen, you're the one that pointed it out. Steve Perry one time, who was the lead singer of Journey, he raffled off one of his first cars. It was like a Mustang, a Corvette or something. And so they had pictures of it. He had one of those bag phones in his car that he was raffling off. It was, from the way back whens.
Yeah.
I had, so those little Nextel phones, they doubled as walkie-talkies. So I remember one time, if I remember right, somebody had it in their back pocket, and it was almost like the equivalent of a butt dial, but they kept the thing down, and the little button down so that they were talking. And so it's like the mic was basically open for everybody to hear. Now, thankfully, nobody said anything like bad, but can you imagine me with one of those things? Anyway, so I've never, Johnny, have you ever had a pager? I mean, maybe back in your drug dealing days? Or?
He only did the drugs. He didn't deal them. Gosh.
Dan, come on. No, I had a pager with it's actually when there was a radio station in this building when I first started working with Phil Valentine.
So if I understand what a pager actually is you get a phone number and you call it back?
Yes, that's what it is.
Okay.
I think also it can display a message.
Yes.
Because apparently this particular pager displayed a message from Hezbollah headquarters.
Yeah, from like headquarters.
Yes.
And then boom.
Yeah. That was the message.
Did you
from
see one
Israel.
of those videos where the woman put it down? She was checking out at a grocery store, I guess, and she put it down on the checkout. And apparently the message came up, and she bent over and looked down at the pager.
Oh man!
As it blew up. I mean, it's just horrible. It's horrible.
See, I don't feel bad for laughing. I'm sorry, but these are terrorists.
Yeah.
You play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes.
Exactly. Like I said, they started it.
It's exactly right. Hey, you guys stressed? Are you stressed?
Every
day.
41% of Americans say that they are these days at peak stress. The average person feels their head is spinning from stress a whopping 156 times a year, translating to about 3 times a week. Now, does your stress manifest itself in spinning heads?
No.
Well, that's what they say. Their head spins.
And my head doesn't spin, but my blood pressure sure does.
My head explodes.
Yes.
Without the need of a exploding pager.
There you go.
So no, for me, because I'm always stressed. So I don't know if this is any different than any other, time. But how about you, Joan? You got stress, and how does it manifest itself?
My kids are all grown, so I don't really have that kind of stress anymore. I'm not nearly as stressed as I used to be. I used to be an exceptionally wound up.
They say even more concerning, Americans say they experience brain fog with the same frequency as stress headaches 3 times a week. Now that does happen to me.
I'm in for that.
Johnny, what's that?
I'm in for the brain fog.
Yeah.
That part, yes.
Yeah, Johnny knows. Every once in a while, every day, my brain fogs up, and I'm just like, what am I doing? Where am I?
Johnny,
you know what I mean?
Johnny, where are we?
Johnny, where are we? and you know what Johnny says to me?
Silence! I kill you!
That's what Johnny says. Anyway, so Johnny, how do you deal with your stress?
That's a good question. I like to. One thing that does help me, the minute I drive down our road, because we're out in the country, we live out in the country, and that really, that would help.
Is there any of that?
Yeah, no, there's not any of that, Dan.
No bong?
No bong.
You're not doing the bong?
No bong, no sitar music.
No.
But I just imagine what it used to feel like, and I'll go out and, do some gardening. I mean, deal with the plants.
Sure.
Watch the wildlife, the turkey and the deer and the
there you go. That's
coyotes.
The way to do it.
The coyotes now, they add to my stress a little bit, especially when I go to work in the morning.
Yeah.
Because here lately, the last couple of nights, especially with the full moon, they've been howling. And it's a big number of them. And what was concerning to me was they were behind the house in the wooded area, But then across the road from us, I hear one lone coyote. And I'm thinking, okay, he's too close.
I don't think coyotes would come after a human, would they?
Oh, only if they're rabid.
If they're rabid,
if they're
they
rabid,
will.
okay.
Yeah.
But just in general, wouldn't they come after your small dog or a rabbit before
Yes.
they do? Yeah.
Yeah, they're a little, well, they're not too afraid of humans, but they do tend to stay away from humans.
Hey, I want to play a new game. I want to play Is Kamala Harris Stoned?
All right.
So people are actually debating this. This is the state of our nation today. People are debating whether or not she was stoned. She was in this interview and she starts talking about Haitian kids and school photo day.
I mean, my heart breaks for this community. You know, there were children, elementary school children, who it was school photo day. You remember what that's like? Going to school on picture day? Who were dressed up in their best, got all ready, knew what they were going to wear the night before.
Come on, man, you can do it. Just get through it.
And had to be evacuated. Children.
Yeah, she sounded a little.
She sounds a little on the stoned side.
Yeah,
she does.
She sounded baked.
And she's often sounded like that.
Well, oftentimes I think she sounds, and people have said this before too, that she sounds like maybe she's been drinking. But that does sound a little more stoned than drinking.
I hear that and I'm thinking like Cheetos and Twinkies.
And gummies. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Cheetos and Twinkies because, you know, from my understanding, I don't know this from personal experience, but when you've been, you get kind of hungry. And so you've got the what do they call them?
Munchies.
The munchies.
Yeah.
The munchies.
Yeah. Doritos. They look really good, and you can do a whole bag of them before you know it.
Mm-hmm. I had a friend who is a parent, and his child is grown now, but he figured out that his kid was smoking pot because he kept eating Doritos. And the reason the kid kept eating Doritos, number one, was because of the munchies, but two, because they smelled so bad that you eat Doritos, because let's face it, Doritos they smell horrible.
Yeah, they do.
And so he would eat these Doritos, number one, for the munchies, and number two, so that his father wouldn't smell the devil's lettuce on him. And that's what he would do. And
I kind of like the smell of Doritos.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Joan, I'm going to be honest with you. That's a little weird. Johnny, is that weird? Is that weird? Yes or no, Johnny?
Well, I would think that's weird, but I kind of like the smell of marijuana.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I smell it so often now. You know, you can be walking through the parking lot on your way to the grocery store.
That's the truth.
And somebody's smoking in their car, just like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, anywhere you go.
Try being in Denver, where it is legalized.
Oh, yeah. Denver's always been lenient on
Mile High City, buddy.
They don't call it that for nothing.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. All right, so was Kamala stoned, yes or no? I think I would like to see drug tests when it comes to presidential candidates.
She sounded high.
She did sound high. But if you ask her about it, you know what she's going to say.
Silence! I kill you!
All right, we're done.
But she tends to get lost in her word salads. And at least that was a cogent thought, like about the children and about photo day.
Yeah, picture day.
It's just odd. It's odd.
It is odd.
Think about picture day. How you felt that day.
Well, and the other thing, I've got all these sound bites from that interview that you can shoot holes right through literally everything that she says. By the way, did you see, real quick, did you see the story of Peter Doocy going after cringe Jean-Pierre?
Yes.
I have that audio.
I can't wait for you to play it.
And it is amazing. Johnny, I already did
Yeah, you're clear on all.
All right, very good. 5:53, Nashville's Morning News Super Text line is open. By the way, Johnny and Joan and me, all three of us are on the Super Text line now. So if you want to talk to Joan, you want to talk to Johnny, or if you want to say something to the host, then would love to hear from you. 615-737-9986. It is 5:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, reminder, we've got Bill O'Reilly coming up at 8:05 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
We'll tell you what the FBI is doing to find out if anyone else was involved in Sunday's plot to kill former President Trump. Also, Nashville City Council has just approved a resolution that they already passed 4 years ago. Yeah, we'll tell you about those stories at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Well, good morning. It is now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your latest headlines. We're looking at near 70 degrees now. We'll head up to about 87 later on. The forecast is coming up in just a moment. Also, one problem on the road, this one at Old Hickory Boulevard in Madison at Graycroft Avenue. A crash there. It's been there for quite a while, almost a half hour, and that's causing some delays. The FBI says investigators are pulling DNA samples from the scene of the alleged second attempt to assassinate him, President Trump, to see if anyone else has been involved. ABC News chief investigative correspondent Pierre Thomas.
Former President Trump showing appreciation for the sheriff's deputies who arrested the suspect who authorities believe plotted to kill him.
Thank you very much.
Those deputies arresting Ryan Routh, today giving Trump the handcuffs they used to apprehend him. There's intense focus on trying to establish a motive. Sources confirming FBI agents are studying a self-published book that they believe was written by Routh, which obsesses over Ukraine, calls Trump a buffoon, and encourages Iran to target Trump.
Now, Iran has accused Israel of carrying out a terrorist act and genocide after those pagers owned by Hezbollah members exploded across Lebanon yesterday, killing 9 people and wounding at least 2,800.
This was really an extraordinary attack all over Lebanon. Hezbollah operators carrying these pagers, thousands of them exploded. Video we have seen shows very severe injuries in some cases. Israel has not commented, but Lebanon is blaming Israel, saying they will take revenge.
It's ABC's Martha Raddatz. Metro Nashville Council voted unanimously to support a resolution declaring racism a public health crisis in Nashville and Davidson County, even though a similar resolution is already in the books from 2020. Last night's action allows Metro Council to take actions they deem appropriate to, quote, dismantle racism and address its associated health disparities. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
The first interest rate cut since the spring of 2020 is expected today. The question is whether it'll be a 0.25% reduction or whether the Fed will pull the trigger on a 0.5% cut. The Fed's announcement comes this afternoon. Investors have been marking time awaiting that decision. On Tuesday, the Dow Jones slipped a fraction to finish the day at 41,606. The S&P gained a fraction. The Nasdaq Composite rose 0.2%. Tupperware has filed for protection from its creditors. The company hopes to continue operations as it works through bankruptcy. In the filing, Tupperware's chief executive blames what she calls a challenging macroeconomic environment.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan reporting. Futures are looking up. The Dow futures up 55 points, S&P futures up 8, and the Nasdaq futures gaining 33. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Looks like it's just some construction around long-term construction on Butler Drive in Murfreesboro at Joe B. Jackson Parkway, and also the construction around the airport. Those things will slow you down this morning. Otherwise, in pretty good shape. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Wednesday, September 18th. Good morning to you, along with Joan Jones and Johnny B. Coming up at 7:06, Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation on Hezbollah's exploding pagers, one of my favorite stories of the day. Also at 8:06, Bill O'Reilly will be joining us on his new book, Confronting the Presidents. Appreciate you listening again to Nashville's Morning News. I got to tell you, it was an epic White House press conference yesterday with Peter Doocy really confronting Karine Jean-Pierre. I affectionately call her Cringe, not so affectionately call her Cringe, Jean-Pierre, over what can only be described as her words about Donald Trump, which she and the Democrats and the media still calling Donald Trump a threat to our democracy and all of these other things that, I mean, by and large, you know, because I've been reporting this to you for the last several days, that's the same kind of language used by Donald Trump's would-be assassin. But I want to play for you some audio of what led up to that moment to kind of set the entire stage. But first, realize that part of what's going on is you do have the left and the media, and they're going after Donald Trump because of what he said in JD Vance about the Haitian refugees eating cats and dogs. Now, here's the thing. All of this outrage on what Donald Trump said is based on the fact that it's not true. But here's the question. Is it really not true? Now, I'm not going to relitigate this whole thing because I'll be honest with you, I'm sick of the story and I keep trying to move on from the story. But the question is that story really not true? Because if it is true, then two things are happening. Number one is you had David Muir incorrectly fact-check Donald Trump during the debate. That's number one. And number two, then all of the people on the other side are lying about this whole thing. And the people, by the way, right there in Springfield, Ohio, they have been saying, the people on the ground have been saying that this is true. You know who else has been saying that there's a lot of weird stuff going on in Springfield since they were invaded by 20,000 Haitians? The city manager. The same city manager that David Muir quoted as saying, well, we checked in with the city manager, he is saying that's not true. Really? Because a while back, he was speaking to the Springfield City Council, and I want you to listen very closely to what that same city manager had to say about domesticated pets and migrants.
And one of the things that I heard that bothered me very much, I've actually had quite a few people contact me here lately, is some pretty horrid things occurring to domesticated animals in the neighborhood. We've had some stuff in the park that, again, they're being taken advantage of for reasons other than, and if you shake your head, Brian.
No. I asked me if there was proof. I just don't have proof of it. We've heard the same thing.
People that have confided in me have asked me for anonymity. I can't give their names up.
I mean, we haven't seen the proof that you're talking, and I've heard about it too.
Yeah.
You know, here's the thing. Locals will tell you, and they keep saying we haven't seen the proof. I was watching some videos, and if you want proof, go to the Springfield Reservoir, because apparently that's where a lot of these things apparently are happening. Whatever. But the point is that even the city manager and the city councilman both admitted that, yes, they are being contacted by locals. Remember, just because the media screams, just because Kamala Harris and Tim Walz screams that Donald Trump is wrong and JD Vance are wrong, does not mean that they're wrong. It just means that they're being, in my opinion, bullied by the current administration and the media and many on social media as well. But whatever. One of the biggest topics handled yesterday during the White House press briefing was the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. This is how part of the conversation went.
Donald Trump blamed President Biden and Vice President Harris for the latest assassination attempt against him. He claimed without evidence that their rhetoric is causing him to be, quote, shot at.
All right, so just to be clear, that reporter, I would say to that reporter, but there is evidence. Again, the would-be assassin used the same divisive language as the Democrats. He used the same lines as Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and others about Donald Trump being a threat to democracy. Now, on the other side, you've got the Democrats blaming Donald Trump for talking about the Haitian migrants, blaming the guy that has now faced an assassin's bullet not once but twice. Thankfully, he didn't get off any shots the second time. But the Democrats have been demonizing Donald Trump for years. So, yes, oh so sanctimonious leftist reporters, there is evidence, but I digress.
How is the White House responding to those comments?
Well, I love that you added without evidence, because I want to be very clear here. The president and the vice president have always forcefully condemned violence in all forms, including political violence, and we certainly have never encouraged any violence in any way. If anything, this is a president and a vice president has been pretty forceful about that.
Which is kind of weird because that's actually not true. I mean, everybody knows that Kamala Harris, she promoted the Minnesota Freedom Fund that let very violent criminals out of jail. I mean, so that is completely a falsehood. She also has said in the past that the riots way back a couple of years ago after George Floyd, she said the protesters, I'm going to put that in air quotes, will not stop and should not stop. So actually, Karine Jean-Pierre, very familiar experience of being gaslit by the Biden-Harris administration.
We got to bring the temperature down. You heard that directly from this president, and it is not the time to tear Americans apart. Right. We cannot do that or divide our country. The president and the vice president is always going to call that out.
Right. Yet the Democrats, she's talking about lowering the temperature, yet the Democrats keep saying stuff like
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundation of our republic. Democracy is on the ballot.
Look, are they a threat to democracy? Yes.
Donald Trump is an existential threat to our democracy. We cannot allow that to happen again.
So how exactly is that bringing the temperature down? So for Karine Jean-Pierre, her BS meter is at 11.
When Paul Pelosi was attacked because of political rhetoric, violent rhetoric, we called that out.
So if you're going to try and hang Donald Trump for the Pelosi attack, but you see Biden and Harris as innocent in the most recent string of attempts at Donald Trump's life, then I would say that you're delusional. And you're lying and gaslighting the American people. But even with all that, all the speech and all the discussions of bringing down the temperature, she says, again and again, she says,
President Biden has been clear-eyed about the threat that the former president represents to our democracy.
So basically her take is that Republicans and Donald Trump are dangerous with their rhetoric, but Democrats, it's fine. Nothing they say can ever be called into question, according to the media, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Tim Walz, and White House press. I mean, that's obvious. Now, if we did a drinking game, every time January 6th was mentioned, we'd be hammered 7 minutes in.
The threat of the former president represents to our democracy. Just think about January 6th.
If she keeps bringing up January 6th. every possible question related to Democrats' behavior. They use January 6th as sort of like a get-out-of-jail-free card. Their response is always January 6th. And then she says this about rhetoric in January 6th.
This administration has the responsibility to be honest to the American people.
Wow. Karine Jean-Pierre actually said that they need to be responsible and they need to be honest with the American people. I mean, the monologues just write themselves, and it will continue. Coming up next, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. Partly cloudy today and a high of around 88, 89. They say the upper 80s. And appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This administration has the responsibility to be honest to the American people.
So the fact that she is throwing down honesty and how the administration has a responsibility to be honest, they've lied about Joe Biden's personal life, his past, his policies, and his cognitive decline. And that continues with Kamala Harris. Continuously lying to the American people, not being honest about what her policies are. So that is the run-up to Peter Doocy sitting here, and you know that he's boiling. Because all that Karine Jean-Pierre is doing is blaming Donald Trump and January 6th for yet another assassination attempt on the former president. And they're saying that it is his rhetoric that is convincing people or whatever to try to take the former president's life. And so he's sitting here listening to all of this, and he's getting more and more ticked off because she, through this whole thing, is calling Donald Trump a threat to democracy, just a threat to our nation, so on and so forth, while at the same time saying that we need to bring down the temperature. So she finally calls on Peter Doocy towards the end of the presser.
Thank you, Karine. It's been only 2 days since somebody allegedly tried to kill Donald Trump again. And you're here at the podium in the White House briefing room calling him a threat. How many more assassination attempts on Donald Trump until the president and the vice president and you pick a different word to describe Trump other than threat?
I love... Did you catch that, Johnny? Did you catch that, Joan? When he finishes speaking, she's got that big, exhale.
Pick a different word to describe Trump other than threat.
She's trying to think of the lie.
Not this again.
Not this guy again. Peter Doocy is a threat to democracy.
Peter Doocy is a national treasure.
Yes, he is absolutely a national treasure. So this was the answer from Karine Jean-Pierre.
Peter, if anything from this administration, I actually completely disagree with the premise of your question. The question that you're asking, it is also incredibly dangerous in the way that you're asking it. American people are watching. And to say that from an administration who has consistently condemned political violence, from an administration where the president called the former president and was thankful, grateful that he was okay, from an administration who has called out January 6th, called out the attack of Paul Pelosi, called out and said we need to lower the temperature after the Butler incident. And now for you to make that kind of comment in your question, because your question involved a comment and a statement. And, it is, that is also incredibly dangerous. When we have been very clear in condemning political violence from here.
So to them, she's, pounding the...
Oh, that's not violent at all.
So to them, saying the words, we call out political violence and lowering the temperature does not include calling Donald Trump a threat and constantly screaming that Donald Trump caused January 6th, which, by the way, he didn't.
You had more than 2,000 people who were told to go to the Capitol. It was one of the darkest days of our democracy. One of the darkest days. There were people law enforcement officers who died because of what happened at the Capitol.
Lie.
And they were there because the former president told them to go there.
So as you pointed out, Joan, those officers, some of them committed suicide, others died of natural causes. I'm not going to sit here and try and excuse everything that happened on January 6th, but I'm also not going to relitigate what happened. But she is absolutely, as you pointed out, Joan, she's lying. She's absolutely lying.
They never talk about Ashley Babbitt. They never talk about the two women who were killed as they were kicked by police officers, rammed with rods by police officers.
And Donald Trump said to march peacefully and patriotically as well.
Yes.
So she's just, this is what she does. Very quickly, I got to get through this. I got one more audio bite, two more audio bites before we go to the break. But, you know, she keeps going on and on and on about January 6th.
There are people watching at home who might miss the part where you say, let's lower the temperature. And there are mentally unstable people who are attempting to kill political candidates, attempting to kill Donald Trump, and they are still hearing this White House refer to him as a threat. Is there no concern that people are taking that literally?
We're using examples. We're not just saying that just to say it. January 6th, Peter. January 6th. Wait, January 6th. How many times do we have to? January 6th, 2021. That is a fact. What was reported that happened on that day by some of your colleagues.
I mean, it goes on. The righteous indignation, the sanctimonious tone of Jean-Pierre. It went on and on.
That is why the president decided to come back. He believed that it is important to save the soul of America, of our nation. And he believed it was important that we continue to fight for our democracy, fight for our freedom. That's what you see from this administration. I'm moving on.
Thank God. Thank God she's moving on.
It's so infuriating to listen to her. It's infuriating.
Well, and the thing is, you're right, Joan, because it's full of lies. The issue is, number one, the tone. Number two, the gaslighting. Number three is the lies. And a lot of these lies have been debunked.
Yeah.
And yet she still continues to use them. And David Muir, who, by the way, I've got some David Muir coming up. His ratings are now tanking because of what we all saw during that debate. And in my opinion anyway, the fact-checking of Donald Trump and no fact-checking of Kamala Harris. I think people have now seen what an absolute fake David Muir actually is because his television ratings are going down. 6:23, very quickly, Joan Jones, what's coming up?
Well, let me tell you, Dan, that Hezbollah is having a vow of retaliation, but does it have any teeth? Rutherford schools are dealing with a rash of school threats. We'll tell you what's being done to stop it. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
We know what it might not have is fingers. Hezbollah.
Right.
Does it have any teeth? It may not have any fingers because they've been blown off because of the exploding pagers. Mm-hmm. Hey, by the way, at 7:06, Stephen Bucci is going to join us. He'll talk about Hezbollah's exploding pagers, courtesy of Israel. That story and a whole lot more straight ahead. Dan Mandis here for My Patriot Supply. Listen, you ever really sit down and think about what could happen to our country, our community, and your family? The disasters that could take away our freedoms and impact our family and our community. Now, I do, and that is why I keep a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply in my home. I have several, actually. Now, it's got everything I need to provide for my family during a crisis. With over 2,000 calories a day, there is enough to go around. So I'm ready. But what about you? What would happen if there's an attack on our homeland? What if things just simply get out of control? What if our grid gets taken out? You need to be ready. That's where My Patriot Supply comes in. And right now, they've got a great deal. You can get $50 off the same 4-week emergency food kit that I've got in my home. And they'll get it to you fast with free shipping. Now, this food lasts up to 25 years. It does taste great and will keep your family alive in times of trouble and despair. Don't get caught off guard. Get ready with My Patriot Supply at preparewithmandis.com. Again, that great deal. You get $50 off the same 4-week emergency food kit that I've got in my home. They're going to get it to you fast and with free shipping. Preparewithmandis.com. Preparewithmandis.com. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. $6:29 on WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Cove Generators. Now is the time to call Cove Generators. Right now, they are offering you a free 7-year warranty. That's over $1,000 value when you call them and mention my name, 931-559-3311. So if you've ever wanted one of those backup home standby generators, now is the time to do it. You never know when the power is going to go off, but your backup home standby generator from Cove Generators will get your power back on immediately. They've also got great financing options as well. They are now available. Now, Cove Generators, they are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. So be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators and never lose power again. 931-559-3311. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out and get that free 7-year warranty worth $1,000. 931-559-3311. Find them online, covegenerators.com.
Good morning. It's now 6:31, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. We've got a mix of clouds and sunshine today and highs in the mid-80s and a mess in South Nashville on 24 westbound this morning. An accident at Murfreesboro Pike. We'll have more on that coming up in traffic in a moment. Hezbollah is vowing a reckoning against Israel for the deadly explosion of pagers across Lebanon. They killed at least 9 people and injured about 2,800, 200 people critically. But whether anyone can pull off a retaliation now is certainly in question.
Inevitably, Hezbollah is going to want to respond in some way. But if you have most of your mid-level leadership and your senior leadership injured and either in the hospital or out of action, it's going to be very difficult for Hezbollah to coordinate an attack against Israel, at least for the next few weeks or months.
ABC News contributor Steve Ganyard there. Threats against Rutherford County schools have been on the rise in the last 2 weeks. Channel 4's Lydia Fielder says police don't believe anyone was going to carry out any of those threats.
The Rutherford County Sheriff says none of their investigations showed evidence that anyone was legitimately going to carry out an actual threat. In fact, the sheriff says they figured out most of the students are just reposting old social media threats or copying posts from threats in either other districts or even other states.
Still, 2 students have been arrested. The sheriff's department hoping students will quit sharing the threats on social media and just report them to police. The Red Frogs are getting a permanent gig in Nashville. They'll be posted at Lower Broadway every Friday night now, starting this week. The group came into focus after college student Riley Strain fell into the Cumberland River and drowned. Red Frog volunteers provide a place for partiers to sober up and charge their phones after a night on the town. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:33 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. And how do you know who you can trust financially? You know, we've seen roughly 30 to 40 lawsuits against insurance companies for trying to sell inappropriate deferred annuities to our elderly. That's right. Now, these investments, they're often pushed on television, dinner workshops, radio, and often have really high expenses. They pay high commissions as well. And so they also get low returns, and they're typically hard to get out of. It doesn't make any sense for our elderly, actually. And so Paul Winkler is trying to sound the alarm on this because, again, there's been a bunch of lawsuits that have been filed against these insurance companies for trying to sell these to our elderly. It is happening. Older folks are getting ripped off. Don't let that happen to you. Don't let that happen to your parents or grandparents either. Call my guy, Paul Winkler, and his team. These are the folks that I trust. And when you sit down with them, you'll realize why. Because they are looking out for your best interest. They're not trying to sell you something. They're trying to teach you about money. 615-851-1950 is the phone number. 615-851-1950. I've been working with Paul Winkler for 10 years now, and I do trust him. I do get paid for these ads, but I wouldn't be doing them unless I trusted Paul Winkler, which I very much do. You can find him online. It's paulwinkler.com.
Got a problem in Rutledge Hill this morning at 2nd Avenue South at Lindsley Avenue. That's a crash there involving some injuries. Also at the Eastern Split, the 24 westbound off-ramp to westbound I-40. That's exit 52A and B. There's a crash right on the ramp and the shoulder has been blocked. In Kingston Springs this morning, you'll want to watch out. The traffic lights are out West Kingston Springs Road at Loudon Hills Road. Be careful in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.638 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. CNN right now on the telly here in the studio. Vance blames Dem rhetoric for assassination attempts on Donald Trump. Well, you know, if the Democrats and the media are going to blame, Donald Trump, then we can blame them as well. I mean, right? Here's one of the more interesting stories that's out there today. There's a lot going on. I want to play this audio bite for you, though. Kamala Harris did an interview, and I'm just going to tell you, she doesn't come off looking good. She did an interview. This was, I guess, last night, and she admits that inflation is out of control. And they ask her, okay, well, then how are you going to fix it?
Is the price of groceries still too high? Yes. Do we have more work to do? Yes. And I will tell you, I do believe that I offer a new generation of leadership for our country. Okay. That is about, in particular, turning the page on an era that sadly has shown us attempts by some to incite fear, to create division in our country.
What in the world does that have to do with lowering the cost of stuff? You know what I mean? This is what gets so infuriating. She did this interview. There was an interview she did a couple of days ago. Let me see if I still have it, because I don't think I ever got to that audio because of the fact that we had the Trump assassination attempt. But she gave an interview, I think this was on Friday, remember this, to a local affiliate. And I'm beginning to think that Kamala Harris, and I've known this obviously for a long time, she actually has no plan whatsoever when it comes to the economy. She simply does not. And the more that we hear about her plans, the more you realize that she doesn't have any plans. she was in this bewildering interview to a local ABC News affiliate. This was like all of a 10-minute interview. And she started repeating what she had said during the debate.
At the debate the other night, you talked about creating an opportunity economy. I wonder if we can drill down on that a little bit. When we talk about bringing down prices and making life more affordable for people, what are one or two specific things you have in mind for that?
All right, so fairly simple. Drill down. Give us some of the details of your plan.
Well, I'll start with this. I grew up a middle-class kid. My mother raised my sister and me. She worked.
And she goes on. This was the same diatribe, the same speech that she gave during the debate.
I grew up in a community of hardworking people, construction workers and nurses and teachers. And I try to explain to some people who may not have had the same experience, but a lot of people will relate to this. I grew up in a neighborhood of folks who were very proud of their lawn.
How is that going to fix the economy? That she woke up in a place where people know how to mow their lawn. You know what I mean? This is what passes for answers when the mainstream media and those that are clearly supporting Kamala Harris ask a question.
And I was raised to believe and to know that all people deserve dignity.
So just to cut to the chase, she spent almost 2 minutes talking about her middle-class upbringing, where people are proud of their lawn. And again, I don't really understand what that has to do with the prices of goods and services. And so she goes on and on about her mother, her family, her home life, none of which, in my opinion, matters. She finally got to some substance about her, I'm air quoting here, her opportunity economy.
Giving startups a $50,000 tax deduction to start their small business. It used to be $5,000. Nobody can start a small business with $5,000. But investing in people's innovative ideas and giving them the ability to go for it.
Right. So you and Biden had 3+ years to help small businesses, I would say to Kamala Harris. But the reality is that you failed. Don't listen to me. Listen to small business owners who said in a poll earlier this year that the Biden-Harris administration had a really low approval rating. Only 30% of small business owners said they approved of Joe Biden's policies. 56% said they strongly disapproved of the way that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were handling the economy and handling his presidency. And they spoke about Biden's massive amount of regulations, government spending, which impacted inflation, which impacted everyone's business, especially small businesses. So now, according to Kamala Harris, the answer is to give, $50,000 for small business startups? How much you want to bet that those who are going to get approval to receive that $50,000, they'll have a massive amount of strings attached? You think so? Whether it's going to be climate, it's going to be DEI, there's going to be strings attached to that $50,000. How do I know? Because that's how they do things. That's how the Democrats do things. Everything has an agenda. Everything has a regulation involved. Social scores. They'll look at what you post on social media. The money will, by and large, go to typically marginalized communities. I can almost guarantee you that's what's going to happen. You'll have to meet certain environmental standards. This is, for Kamala Harris and the Democrats, this really is their way of controlling America. Not trying to encourage everyone to strive and survive and succeed. No. They're going to strangle our economy to death with regulation after regulation. I would say to Kamala Harris, I don't care where you're from or where you claim to be from, but here's the thing. When you look at the policies, they've destroyed our economy. I've got a little bit more coming up. 6:45, time to check the roads. 6:45 right now on Super Talk 99.7. Partly cloudy today. Highs in the upper 80s. Thanks for listening to Nashville's Morning News. One more thing to talk about Kamala Harris and this. You know, it was another disastrous interview. This one with a local ABC affiliate. I believe it was in Pennsylvania. And where she's talking about how, you know, this world of small businesses, they're having trouble surviving. Well, you know, again, a big part of that is because the cost of goods and services has gone through the roof. And so when you start talking about the fact that they want to eliminate Donald Trump's tax cuts, that will impact and affect small businesses as well, because you will have less money to spend. And if you're a small business owner, your customers are going to have far less to spend. And that's a big problem. Of course, she also brought up the $25,000 in home down payment assistance.
These are some examples of what I mean when I talk about an opportunity economy. And a lot of it has to do with just the community I was raised in and the people that I admired, who work hard, and deserve to have, their dreams fulfilled because they're prepared to work for it.
So just so we're clear, she and Tim Walz, the same thing. They keep bringing up, their upbringing. Kamala Harris was not raised in Oakland. She was born in Oakland, and then her mother fled to Berkeley, which is a, relatively speaking, far better environment than Oakland is. And even back in the 60s and 70s, Oakland was very, working class. It's far better than it is today, but it was working class. And so when Kamala was a very young girl, they moved to Berkeley near the campus, which is a far more, what's the right word? Just higher end is the best way to put it. So she keeps trying to, it's all, what it's almost like? It's almost like cultural appropriation, where she's trying to say, oh, I was born and raised on the rough and tumble streets of Oakland. No, you weren't. You were born in Oakland, then you went to Highfalutin Berkeley. So quit trying to say that you were raised in this, middle class, lower middle class area when you actually weren't. She was also, by the way, asked, as she continues to talk about turning the page. People want to know how she is different than Joe Biden.
And so I wonder if there are one or two spots, policy areas or approaches where you would say, I'm a different person.
Right, because she supports all of his ideas that led to all of this high inflation. Because remember, this is about the economy and the cost of groceries that have gone up.
Well, I'm obviously not Joe Biden. And, I offer a new generation of leadership. And so, for example, thinking about developing and creating an opportunity economy where it's about investing in areas that really need a lot of work, and maybe focusing on, again, the aspirations and the dreams, but also just recognizing that at this moment in time, some of the stuff we could take for granted years ago.
Right. I heard her say that, and it's like, really? So you and your party lead all of these cities around the country that are struggling with high crime, high poverty, terrible schools, despite being the party that leads them. So now, all of a sudden, you want to invest in those communities. You want to invest in those cities. Got it. The same cities, the same communities that every time your party wins an election in those cities, you then abandon them until the next election. Got it. They've been taken for granted, the support of people that live in these cities for years. And they don't care about the issues in those cities. They don't. I mean, look at Memphis. Let's look at Baltimore. Let's look at Washington, D.C., all led by Democrats and all destroyed by Democrat policies. And by the way, I don't just blame Kamala Harris for that. I also blame the residents of those cities, because they are the ones that continuously vote in the same party that has led to their city's disasters. She goes on about the child tax credit.
Plan that I have that is a new approach is to expand the child tax credit to $6,000 for young families for the first year of their child's life, because that is obviously a very critical stage of development of a child. And a lot of young parents need the help to buy a car seat or a crib or clothes for their kids. And so my approach is about new ideas, new policies that are directed at the current
moment.
So the current moment, you and Joe Biden have been in office for the past 3.5 years of moments. So all I'm saying is that you could have done all of this stuff a long time ago. And by the way, the reason why people need help is because of the inflation and the cost of goods and all of the things that we've been talking about all this time. So, for Kamala Harris, she's not really bringing any ideas that either will work, haven't done before, or make a whole heck of a lot of sense. And oftentimes her ideas are simply put vague at best. It is 6:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, coming up, we do have Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation and a foreign policy and military expert, and he's going to fill in some of the blanks on Hezbollah's exploding pagers. That's right. We've been talking about that off and on all morning long, and going to get some details from Stephen Bucci coming up after the news at 7 right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what is coming up in the news at 7?
Well, threats to state voting offices, those states are expanding now. And why your watch may help you sleep. Those stories at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:52 on WTN. All the rain that we've been getting last couple of days, you could end up with water in your crawl space or basement. That moisture could be an indication that you've got waterproofing issues. It also means that you need to call my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. Now, it could be a little problem about to get bigger, or it could be nothing at all. It could be something serious, but the bottom line is you've got to call the experts in waterproofing. This is my waterproofing company, and this is USS, United Structural Systems. So if you see water or moisture in your basement, call the company that I always call, USS, at 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. You can find them online, USSTN.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
6:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My buddy reminds me that Kamala Harris, she actually went to high school in Montreal. So she's born in Oakland, then moves to the far more affluent Berkeley, then to Montreal, and then I guess back to the Bay Area, then, of course, Howard University as well. So she's been...
When she was living in Montreal,
yes,
she lived in a very upscale enclave that I think the figure was only 2% of people in all of Canada could afford to live in this enclave.
No kidding.
Yep.
Woman of the people, Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
6:57, News with Joan is up next on WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Well, good morning. It's now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A mix of clouds and sun today, going to the upper 80s this afternoon. The forecast is coming up. The list of states where election-related offices have received suspicious packages in the mail is now growing.
The envelopes and packages received at government offices in at least 16 states have contained a white powder, which so far has tested as harmless. But Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold calls it an attempt to intimidate election workers, plain and simple.
Threatening them is so disgraceful because all they are doing is their job.
Last November, similar envelopes were sent to election offices in 5 states. In 4 of those cases, the FBI said the powder tested positive for fentanyl. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Tennessee, by the way, is among the states affected. A 17-year-old was shot and critically wounded last night in a robbery gone bad outside a Mapco store on Smith Springs Road near Percy Priest Lake. Police say that teen allegedly tried to rob a man coming out of the store about 7 o'clock last night. That man grabbed a shotgun from his car and shot the teen, whom he said had a handgun. Police did recover a gun from the teenager. The teen taken to Vanderbilt Medical Center, his condition unknown. More than 20 threats have been aimed at Rutherford County schools in the week since the school shooting in Georgia. Now, schools director in Rutherford, Jimmy Sullivan, says 2 students are now under arrest.
When there's a threat or a false rumor, they cause significant disturbances in learning, are intolerable, and have serious repercussions. These actions are dangerous and harmful. They cause parents to worry and upset students within the school community.
He says students are also amplifying the threats on social media. Well, there's a new campaign from Rutherford County Sheriff's Department. It's called Report It, Don't Repost It, to help law enforcement identify the real threat faster. And a new reason to fall asleep with your watch on your wrist. Apple Watch just announcing FDA clearance for a software feature in the Apple Watch to help identify sleep apnea.
The watch has a motion detector called an accelerometer that's so sensitive that from your wrist, Apple says it can determine the pattern of your lungs inflating and deflating, and it logs when something disrupts that pattern.
That's ABC's Becky Worley. The Fed will likely announce an interest rate cut this afternoon, either a 1/4 or a 0.5%. Market numbers are brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures are plus 43, S&P futures are up 4, and the NASDAQ futures gaining 28. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got an accident this morning, Brentwood. This is on 65 northbound past the Concord Road exit for 70. That's exit 71. Police are saying there may be a crash behind that one, too. So a lot of delays on that in that area. Also at the Eastern Split, 24 westbound, the off-ramp to westbound I-40. That's a mess this morning caused by an accident as well. And if you're traveling Madison, Briley Parkway eastbound at Ellington Parkway, that's 15A to B. That's a mess as well because because of a car that is stalled off and the left shoulder is blocked. Everyone's slowing down to take a look. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here along with Joan Jones, Johnny B. Want to welcome on into the program one of my favorite guests ever, Bill O'Reilly, is joining us. Sir, how are you doing this morning?
Good, Dan. Thanks for having me back. How are you?
I'm doing well. So I want to talk about your new book because it is. I always think, you know what? He keeps outdoing himself and confronting the president's no-spin assessments from Washington to Biden. And one of the things that I always like about your many, many books is that I learn new things. And I want you to talk about, first off, George Washington. And George Washington's problem with his mother, because it is so relatable.
Sure, and nobody knows it. And that's why we opened the book with it. So I wanted to grab everybody's attention right from the jump, Dan. And when you're investigating George Washington, and that's what we do, Martin Dugard, my co-author, and I, we're basically detectives, investigators, trying to find out things that people don't know, that haven't been widely circulated. So we came across some letters that George Washington's mom had written to local papers in Virginia while the general was conducting the Revolutionary War. So you remember Washington was running all over the country fighting the British. His mother was telling the press, my son Georgie is trying to starve me to death. He won't give me any money. And the newspapers printed this, and it drove Washington nuts. So they did not have a good relationship. He did not even go to her funeral or provide a headstone. And it's a fairly, you're right. I mean, a lot of people have trouble in their families, and so did George.
One of the things, as I read through this book, and I just the style of the way that I read, I kind of flip through various chapters, and I just, before I sit down to read the entire thing in its entirety, I'll just go to different chapters and names that I recognize and I'm interested in. And I thought that when you're talking about the likes of Ronald Reagan and somebody who had such a legacy, of course, on the conservative party, the Republican Party, but also in showbiz and just on American culture. When you talk about Ronald Reagan, there's so much out there about him. Was it difficult to find something about Reagan that people didn't already know?
Well, because I wrote the book Killing Reagan, we knew our subject very, very well. And what I wanted to get across there was that Reagan was up and down. His 2 terms were ultimately successful. He's in the top 10 best presidents. I don't rate them, Dan, but this is just from my own edification. But Reagan was almost killed, as you know. That was the subject of Killing Reagan, and certainly germane today because of what's happening with Donald Trump. He survived, miraculously rises up, and then in 1984, he's running for re-election. He gets waxed by Mondale in the first debate, and everybody goes crazy. Is Reagan losing it? Is he too old? He just looked befuddled out there. And I use a clip on the No Spin News, my TV broadcast, comes out of BillO'Reilly.com, about how foggy Reagan looked. But then in the second debate, again, Reagan rises up and hammers Mondale. And then a week later, because that was a late debate, Reagan wins in a landslide. So all of those narrative things are new. And we're putting all of the presidents, all 45 men, in perspective as human beings and whether they help or hurt their country.
One of the things, Bill, that I liked about the chapter on Jimmy Carter is you're honest about Jimmy Carter. You're honest about his political legacy, But then when you look at his personal post-presidential legacy, I think it paints him in a different light.
Sure. I met Jimmy Carter in 1976. I've met 7 presidents, lucky enough to be in their presence. Carter comes out of Georgia, at that time not the sophisticated state it is now, and he gets elected because Gerald Ford took over from Nixon, and Ford pardoned Nixon. He pardoned some draft dodgers in the Vietnam War, and he didn't really have a solid base, and he loses. It's close. And Carter waltzes in there, and he just is in over his head. He just couldn't handle the national economy. He couldn't handle the villains overseas, and it was just awful. One of the weakest presidents ever. But he was well-intentioned. He wanted to do good. And then after his presidency, he did.
Okay, so I've got to ask you about this, because you were mentioning earlier Bill O'Reilly joining us on No Spin News, and you were talking about how you're taking a look at these presidents and, some of the things that folks don't know, and maybe looking at them from a more personal standpoint, among other things. How in the world did you find out that 350-pound William Howard Taft, got stuck in the bathtub?
Great story. So the way we found that out was his valet had a diary, kept a diary, because he was in the White House for about 40 years, this guy, African-American guy, and he wrote it down. And when we're investigating Taft, fascinating character, by the way, Taft gets caught in the bathtub, and he could drown. So
yeah.
They had a little bell, a little thing in the bathroom, and he pulls it, and the guy comes running in, and the guy was strong, and has to pop him out of the tub because he's 350 pounds. So what did Taft do? He ordered a bigger tub.
Oh,
he
that's
got
funny.
a tub that 3 people could take a bath in. So it's those kinds of vignettes that humanize these guys. We tell you, what they ate and how they conducted themselves. One of my favorite stories, and you'll like this because it's Tennessee-based, is that Andrew Jackson had a parrot. And he loved his parrot, and the parrot was in his office, and Jackson was swearing all over the place all day. That's what he did. Mm-hmm. And the parrot learned all the swear words. So after Jackson died, they took the parrot to the funeral, and in the middle of the service, when the minister is doing the prayers, the parrot starts swearing. And he had to move the parrot out of the funeral. It's an unbelievable story, but it's perfect for Andrew Jackson.
Oh, absolutely. And those of us in Tennessee, of course, appreciate many things that Andrew Jackson did. I got to check traffic. It's like 15 seconds. When we come back, I want to ask you about the challenges between investigating and, as you say, confronting the presidents from the earliest presidents like, George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, and the challenges of finding out things about them that people didn't know because, before your book, I thought that it had all been written and discussed. Clearly not. Bill O'Reilly joining us on Super Talk 99.7. Very quickly, let's check the news. Partly cloudy today, a high of around 88, 67 now at WTN. Bill O'Reilly joining us. So let me ask you in our final moments, I feel like I can always do an hour with you, Bill, but let me ask you the challenges of finding new things to talk about with George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and some of these other folks, Abraham Lincoln. You think that everything has been written and then you come up with new stuff.
Right, and again, that goes back to being detectives. Historical detectives. When I wrote Killing Jesus, that was our toughest book to research because it was scant. There were only 2 sources of material, one in Israel, and we went there, and the other in Rome. And we had to ferret through all this stuff, and it was very, very difficult. But we pieced it together in a way that brought Jesus alive as a human being. But it was hard. After that, everything's easy. In America today, there's an enormous amount of primary source material. I know you read Killing the Witches, going all the way back to the Mayflower. And it's all stored in various museums and universities, but it's online now. And so you can get it if you know how to research, where to look for the clues. And that's how we do it.
Let me ask you, sir, was there one particular story, you just related one with Andrew Jackson, we were talking about George Washington earlier. Was there one particular story that surprised you about a particular president that you were like, well, that doesn't actually check out with what I know from him from a historical perspective?
Lyndon Johnson. Lyndon Johnson was one of the most corrupt presidents in our history, and he has been rehabbed by the American press, primarily because of the Great Society programs. But Johnson was really a bad hombre. And when we were uncovering all the things about how he built up his power in D.C., I mean, Johnson and J. Edgar Hoover lived across the street from one another in Georgetown. And they didn't operate but had access to a brothel run by a guy named Bobby Baker, who ultimately went to jail, one of LBJ's best friends. And they were recording and spying on all these politicians who were visiting the brothel. And Johnson was like encouraging people to go over there. And that way they got control of a lot of people, a lot of powerful people in D.C. I didn't know that.
Wow.
And
I didn't know that either.
Yeah. So when you get to the chapter of Lyndon Johnson, you see how corrupt this guy was. Awful.
All right. So your book ends with Barack Obama because, as you describe in the book, a president's true legacy isn't built until, years down the road and so forth. And so do you have sort of, though, because you're a follower of news as I am, do you have an inclination as to how history will treat Donald Trump and Joe Biden as their stories are continuing to be written?
Well, Biden's the second worst president in history because he created the problems. Most of the failed presidents, like Jimmy Carter, inherited them and couldn't deal with them. Herbert Hoover, the Great Depression. But Biden created the open border. He created the massive inflation. When he left, Trump handed him 1.4 inflation. In less than a year, it's over 9%. And that was because of things that Biden did. So he goes down, and there's no rehab in him. Awful, terrible. If Trump wins again, he has a chance to rewrite his historical legacy. If he loses, he's going to get hammered.
Let me ask you, Bill.
Not on policy, by the way, but on demeanor.
And I would agree with you on that. Let me ask you, when you look at all of these different presidents, and you've written so many books about various presidents. Now you've got this particular book, Confronting the Presidents. Do you have a favorite president? Have I asked you that before?
Lincoln, by far, and he was my first book, Killing Lincoln. Lincoln was an extraordinary man. Oh, my God. Handed this Civil War, the worst president, James Buchanan, totally botched all control of the South. Lincoln comes in from Illinois. He can't prevent it. There's chaos everywhere. His young son dies. His wife's a nut. I mean, and the guy overcomes all of it. I mean, really, and if you look at physically, when he walked into the White House, and 4 years later when he ran for a second term, if you look at what happened to him physically, the deterioration. And the kicker is that Lincoln was a very kind man, very compassionate man. So by far and away, he is the best president, and I admire him the most.
Bill, I don't mean to throw you a curveball, but you wrote Killing Jesus. I don't know if you know this story or not. I would love to know your opinion on it. And if you're not familiar with the story, then my bad as the host. Have you seen the story about the Shroud of Turin? And now they're looking at the Shroud of Turin through new technology. And as you probably know, they said, no, this is not actually the Shroud of Turin. because of the dating and the technology and all that. But now with the new technology, they're looking at this, and it's very controversial. They're saying that this actually is the Shroud of Turin now that they're looking at this through more modern technology. Do you have an opinion on that either way? I'm fascinated by this story.
No, I went to Torino, and I did a story on the Shroud years ago. People believe what they want to believe, Dan. It's certainly an eerie situation that can't be explained by any scientist. I have to say I don't know, but it's fascinating.
It is fascinating. Okay, real quick, so I've got about 2 minutes left. I want to talk about No Spin News, BillO'Reilly.com. When can folks see it? Tell me a little bit about it. We all know what you did on Fox News. Tell us about what you're doing these days.
Well, we are the most successful independent news agency in the world. We run the No Spin News out Monday through Thursday. It's our television news program, not a podcast, actual program. You can get it on BillO'Reilly.com or The First or DirecTV, you name it, we're everywhere. YouTube, we have a channel. Huge, millions, okay? YouTube.com/Bill O'Reilly. That is really a game changer there. So our message is getting out. We do fair coverage, tough coverage. We call it. I'm on News Nation. I'm doing a hit with Cuomo tonight at 8 o'clock. I'm all over the place. I'm overexposed, Dan. For my age, I'm working way too hard.
Well, I can't wait for your next book, the current book, Confronting the Presidents. Of course, available everywhere, and I'm assuming it's a New York Times bestseller. Your books always are. Have you decided on what your next book is going to be, and can you tell us what it might be?
We're writing it now. I can't tell you somebody will steal the idea. That's what always happens if I announce in advance. So, but we're writing it. It's another confronting book. And I think you'll like it.
All right, Bill O'Reilly, as always, thank you very much for joining us here in Nashville at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. This is a great book. And I know I say this every time I read Bill O'Reilly's book. Do you know what I found? I should have hold on a sec. It's going to be. Hey, Bill, are you still there?
Gone.
Oh, he's gone. Too bad. All right. I should have told him, Joan and Johnny, do you know what I found when we were cleaning out my mom's apartment? I had no idea.
Pictures of Bill O'Reilly?
No.
Okay.
All the Bill O'Reilly books, like every darn one of them. I had no idea. And I wish I would have been able to tell my mom, hey, Mom, I've interviewed Bill O'Reilly, has to be, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 times now.
That's really cool.
I know, and unfortunately he's gone. I didn't even think to tell him that, but...
Do you think you might have spoken about him and then she went to get the books? Like you had an influence on her?
No, I had no idea. We found Bibles. We found cleaning out I'm way too late for this, but we found in my mom's apartment when we were cleaning it out after she died last year. We talked the other day about all the oxy that we found.
Yeah.
We found not only her Bible, but her father's Bible.
Wow.
Now, I want you to think about this. My mom died around 80 years, I think 82. Her father, I don't know how old he was when he died, but very, very old. And we found his first Bible. We found all of Bill O'Reilly's books, and they were... I could tell that she read them because when my mom would read, she would highlight in the book, and she didn't have bookmarks. She would like flip the page, that kind of a thing. So Joan, remind me next time I have Bill O'Reilly on to tell him that story because I had no idea how much of a big fan she was of Bill O'Reilly.
Very cool.
And on that note, boy, am I running late. Joan, a very quick tease, please.
We'll tell you what security looked like last night for Donald Trump in New York. It was very different. Those stories coming up at 7:30, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Joan. 7:25 WTN. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Fall is on the way. The pumpkin spice takeover has begun, and Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has some great offers for you. Now, they are your Rude Pro partners, and they do have some great deals going on for you right now. How about a free Wi-Fi thermostat on qualifying new HVAC systems? You can control your HVAC system from anywhere. Maybe a free whole home air filtration system with the purchase of 2 or more qualifying HVAC systems. Now, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. This is my HVAC and plumbing company, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Good morning, 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got a crash in Spring Hill. It's on Saturn Parkway southbound at the off-ramp to Main Street. And traffic and weather are coming up here. Security is taking on a more serious tone for the Republican presidential nominee. Donald Trump arrived at his Trump Tower late last night. His limo led inside under the protection of a big white tent. A Secret Service counter-sniper team also stationed on scaffolding above surveying the area as Trump's motorcade pulled up. The security detail is now larger than that of any former president in the 5 boroughs. He'll hold a rally on Long Island today. A federal judge has released a woman accused of cyber-stalking her former school, Nashville's Christ Presbyterian Academy, in March. Mackenzie McClure is a woman who now identifies as a man, and she left a voicemail referencing a Marvel movie in which a character returns to an orphanage to kill the abusive headmaster. Well, Judge Chip Frensley has said that he's satisfied that McClure has received care at an East Tennessee mental health facility and is now taking medication. In what appears to be a repeat of the 2020 election, concerns are being raised about whether the postal system can handle the volume of mail-in ballots. Here's Nashville's elections administrator Jeff Roberts talking to Channel 4.
We've had some issues that where the ballots didn't get delivered or were sent back, questions like that, but we've always been able to call the Postal Service to try to figure out what happened.
He's urging voters to mark absentee ballots and return them quickly. The deadline to request them, October 29th. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures are up 25, S&P 2, and the NASDAQ futures plus 13. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:33. Dan Mandis here for Window Nation. Now, this is my window company. They've put new windows in my downstairs basement studio, my bedroom, and my kitchen. And yes, they do look phenomenal. And yes, they are energy efficient as well. Now, that means that you're saving money on the purchase, on the install, and on your energy bills if you call Window Nation and have them install windows in your home, like I did. 866-90-NATION is the phone number. Right now, they've got a great deal. You're going to buy 2 windows, get 2 windows free, and pay nothing and no interest for 2 full years. Now, one of their customers, Albert, says great value, great product, and outstanding customer service. He highly recommends Window Nation, and so do I. They can install your windows in a day or less, and Window Nation windows come with a lifetime warranty. So remember that terrific deal. You're going to buy 2 windows, get 2 free, pay nothing and no interest for 2 full years. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Couple of trouble spots now. Eastbound, make that westbound. Westbound I-24 at the off-ramp to westbound I-40. That's exit 52A and B. It's a crash right on the off-ramp, and the shoulder is blocked. That's causing some slowdown. And a stalled car on the left shoulder. Things are blocked. 65 northbound at Trinity Lane, exit 87. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.38 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. All right, so got to be honest here. Bill O'Reilly called like an hour early. Completely shanked my entire schedule. Love speaking to Bill O'Reilly. If you missed it, we're going to podcast it later on. But now is the interview that I've really been looking forward to all day. Not that I don't love Bill. But Stephen Bucci is joining us from the Heritage Foundation, cybersecurity expert, a military analyst, 28 years in the Army Special Forces. Stephen, always great to have you on. What a crazy story, although maybe it wasn't crazy for you, but you've got all of these exploding pagers, and they killed, I don't know, the last time I saw, it was about 9 people killed, thousands injured by these exploding pagers that were sent via Israel to Hezbollah workers or terrorists in Lebanon. Stephen, great to have you on. I mean, this is for us, lay people. We didn't even know that this was possible. What Israel did, which is intercept apparently these pagers and, arm them with some sort of explosive powder or something and then sent them on their way.
Yeah, this is called a supply chain attack, if you will. The Israelis, through their intelligence sources, found out that Hezbollah was ditching their cell phones because they realized the Israelis were tracking their leadership by them and eliminating them. So they ditched their cell phones and ordered a whole bunch of these pagers as a backup communications means that they felt would be more secure. Well, the Israelis had the intel. They somehow, either through the cooperation of this, it wasn't the manufacturer, but like a middle man seller, either that guy cooperated and gave the Israelis access to it, or the Israelis somehow intercepted it. I don't know that part of the story. And they were able to put this explosive PETN, it's called PETN. I can't tell you the scientific names for it, but they injected this explosives into these pagers, and then at some point they were able to, by calling them a certain way, cause them to heat up sufficiently that they all exploded simultaneously. incredible operation showing both the intelligence gathering capability, the special action kind of capability that the Israelis have in their region, and sending a message to Hezbollah and their other enemies of, you do bad things to our people. In this case, they're referring to the Druze children that were killed by one of the Hezbollah rockets a couple of weeks ago.
On the soccer field.
That they're going to get you.
Yep. That was a tragedy on the soccer field. And, this is life for Israel, where they've been battling Hamas, then they've got to battle Hezbollah. It all ultimately comes from Iran and their funding. Mm-hmm. And so part of this story, it's interesting because, number one, there's a lot of people who have been saying, we didn't even know that pagers still existed. And number two, Hezbollah, they're now saying that they're going to retaliate. What do you, in all of your years of experience in intelligence and so forth, what can Hezbollah do?
Well, they can continue to do the rockets and the drones and the other things they've been shooting at Israel. They can just, maybe do more of them. That's the most likely way they'll respond. They could try to do an infiltration mission to try and take out some specific targets. I don't think Hezbollah or Iran have the kind of intel capability or the technical capability to do a really elegant kind of operation like this pager thing was. Pretty amazing. I think it'll be studied greatly going forward by special operators and intelligence organizations. But they can huff and puff. But I got to tell you, I have a feeling Hezbollah is doing a lot of looking over its shoulders right now, wondering what else Israel still has in the box to engage them with. They ought to just stop. And that would be my advice to them, or they're going to lose even more people.
No, you're right. And part of my question would be, is this going to turn into a whole new way of warfare moving forward? Because, as you said, this hasn't happened before. Do you see this as something that the type of attack that could happen again? And as Israel or other nations grow to understand the capability that they have, is this something that could really be a whole new way of enemies attacking each other?
Well, it's not that new, Dan. This one was pretty spectacular, but this was a combination of, as I said, a supply chain intervention where they were able to get something they knew was going to their enemies and then mess with it. We had an operation during the Gulf War where we got hold of some Thuraya cell phones that we knew the insurgents in Iraq were using. We did not weaponize them that way, but we were able to basically put some stuff in it so we could follow them. We knew where they were. We knew what they were saying. More of an intelligence gathering of, sort of riff on the same sort of thing. Other people do it too. This one added in, I think, a cyber aspect in that, in addition to physically putting the explosive in, they were able to do this heating up deal, which I think was kind of a hack in the digital realm. So this is it's a step improvement, but it's not it's not changing the face of war. It's just the reality now that as more people use digital communications, their enemies are going to use digital means to turn that against them. And in this case, it had a kinetic effect. Something went boom and people were physically hurt. So it wasn't just in the digital realm, but both digital and kinetic. That's the face of war now. It's been that way for a while, and it's going to get more so. And you don't have to be a superpower to be able to do it. You just got to have a good cadre of really smart, capable people.
7:45 on Nashville's Morning News. Stephen Bucci joining us. And Stephen, I'm going to play for you an audio bite coming up after we check about 15 seconds of traffic. But I'm going to play an audio bite for you from Kamala Harris about how she is talking about what the answer is to Iran and their aspirations for a nuclear program. Details straight ahead. Time to check the roads on WTN. Partly cloudy today and a high of about 88, upper 80s at least right now, 69 degrees at Super Talk. 99.7 WTN, Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation joining us. This is what Kamala Harris said as she was asked this question in an interview the other day. And she's talking about Iran and that she is willing to talk about their nuclear program. This is what she had to say.
So we have long said, and I kind of said this in the beginning, that we view diplomacy as the best way to achieve an effective long-term solution when it comes to Iran's nuclear program. That is something that we have been pretty consistent about in the past 3.5 years, and we believe that having those diplomatic conversations when we talk about our relationships across the globe is so critical.
All right, so that is Corinne Jean-Pierre talking about Iran and their nuclear program. I know that Kamala Harris has talked about this before as well, but is diplomacy the right way to deal with Iran? I mean, they're working on getting nukes. If they don't already have them, who knows? But part of that, of course, that conversation has to be them also funding terrorist organizations, as we talked about earlier, with Hezbollah and also Hamas.
Yeah, look, the Obama administration thought they could make Iran a useful partner in the Middle East by diplomacy, by paying them money, by basically giving into them at every turn, and it failed miserably. President Trump came in, recognized that, jettisoned that entire set of policies, said we're not going to follow the treaty that had been signed, which had never been validated by the Senate, by the way. And then, it pushed Iran to the edge where they were really needed to make some concessions. And then Joe Biden came in and again tried to go back to that same policy, which I guess if she gets into office, Kamala Harris is going to follow as well. It's a fool's errand. You can't really negotiate with the mullahs. Right. They are not good faith negotiating partners. They're trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. They're just going to lie and continue to do what they're doing, regardless of what kind of deal they agree to. It's just a waste of time. Maximum pressure needs to be put on them through the strongest and as much as you can do it, impenetrable sanctions to get them to change their ways. That's the only thing they understand. They're the biggest supporters of international terror in the world, and anybody who thinks that you're just going to work with them, find what they really need, what their real motivation is, and then we'll all be friends is delusional.
Yeah.
And apparently Kamala Harris is in that camp.
Yes, she is, as is Joe Biden. Stephen Bucci, always great to have you on from the Heritage Foundation. Appreciate you being with us and great insight as always. It is 7:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and there is a lot going on. The exploding pagers, we spoke about that earlier in the program as well. Absolutely brilliant. Now, coming up, I don't think I have time to do it here, but coming up, I don't think I've done this on the air. JD Vance versus the New York Times, where it's one of my favorite stories of the day, and it's a constant conversation, sadly, these days about what is going on with the mainstream media. But JD Vance absolutely nukes the New York Times. And so we have that story for you coming up after the news at 8 o'clock right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, earlier this week, just real quick, David Muir was on with Kelly and Mark, daytime TV talk shows. And is that Kelly? I think it's Kelly Ripa. But anyway, is it okay? So did you see this, Joan?
I didn't see it. No.
David Muir was on with Kelly and Mark, and here's what he said about the criticism of his performance as a moderator.
And I will say this, all of the noise that you hear afterward about, which candidate won the debate, did the moderators win or lose, that's just noise. You all know that. The most important thing to remember is that you all have the power. Everybody at home has the power to vote.
It's kind of funny because everybody at home does have the power and they've stopped watching David Muir.
Yeah. I have to tell you that Kelly Ripa grew up near me in New Jersey, and her family is so a part of politics in South Jersey, and she is as well. So David Muir is somebody that's right up her alley, and she, I'm sure, was happy to have him on the show.
She digs David Manure.
Yeah.
She
Manure.
Well, one of the things that he said, and they were talking about, well, that's what his journalism is like. They were talking about how he had to remember to turn off his cell phone during the debate because he was afraid that Kelly would start texting him. If that tells you, if that tells you
Bingo.
the kind of hard-hitting interview Kelly Ripa was giving with David Manure, as Johnny says.
A tongue lashing.
The 12% drop in viewership for World News Tonight is more significant than slight declines that CBS Evening News and NBC Nightly News have seen when comparing the three episodes following ABC's debate to the year-to-year date totals, although David Muir's newscast remained the number one broadcast evening newscast. But people are watching less. And this was a story from, I think, a day or two ago. I think people are onto this guy. And I think that people really were turned off by his constant fact-checking, which, by the way, the fact-checking is a national conversation that is going on.
Yes.
And that is the only thing they asked him about. And actually, they didn't even ask him about it. For him, that was sort of like a self-defensive move. He wanted to just get it out there and say, this is the comment that I'm going to make about the debate, and that is that any complaints about me is just noise. That's all it is. She didn't ask him about it. And they didn't follow up with, well, you didn't fact-check Kamala Harris at all. What do you think about the whistleblower that is apparently from within ABC News, perhaps? And they're saying that there was a deal so that you would fact-check Donald Trump, but you would not fact-check Kamala Harris, and that she had the questions in advance. Is there anything to that? Now, here's my theory. If there was nothing to it, then Kelly Ripa would have asked David Muir that question.
Yeah.
I believe there's something to it, and because of that, he says to Kelly off the air, I can't talk about that, meaning there's something to it. There's some sort of an investigation going on. At least that's my 2 cents. And I think that I'm right. I have spoken.
Of course you do.
7. Sometimes I'm the only one, but whatever. It's like my jokes. Oftentimes I think I'm funny and I'm the only one. Anyway, 7:54, Joan Jones is coming up with the news.
So was there a second would-be golf course shooter? The FBI is trying to find out. And what the Biden administration has to say about the Hezbollah pager attack. Those stories at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. 7:54, Dan Mandis here. Somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It's way more than I thought. Now, I actually went home and I counted how many connected devices I own. It's a lot more than a dozen, and yes, they are growing by the day. All to keep me connected to the good stuff. My streaming, my gaming, all my interneting, you name it, along with, of course, Riker and Amy as well. Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. That's why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices, hundreds And that is, again, growing all the time. Now, through October 10th, get 150 megabit Xfinity Internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, get a free Wi-Fi equipment included. And ask about how you can be eligible for a free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Make sure that your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. So switch today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
8 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got 69 degrees. We're headed to about 87. Watch for the full forecast coming up in a few minutes. The FBI says investigators are pulling DNA samples from the scene of the alleged second attempt to assassinate Donald Trump to see if anyone else was involved.
Former President Trump showing appreciation for the sheriff's deputies who arrested the suspect who authorities believe plotted to kill him.
Thank you very much.
Those deputies arresting Ryan Routh, today giving Trump the handcuffs they used to apprehend him. There's intense focus on trying to establish a motive. Sources confirming FBI agents are studying a self-published book that they believe was written by Routh, which obsesses over Ukraine, calls Trump a buffoon, and encourages Iran to target Trump.
That's ABC's Pierre Thomas. Israel has so far taken no responsibility for the pager attack that killed 9 and wounded hundreds of others in the Hezbollah terror group in Lebanon. And we're getting reaction now from the Biden administration.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Egypt this morning says the Biden administration played no role in this deadly attack.
The United States did not know about, nor was it involved in these incidents, and we're still gathering the information and gathering the facts.
Blinken said the U.S. remains clear about the importance of all parties avoiding steps that could further escalate the conflict in Gaza and see it spread beyond there, saying it's not in the interest of anyone involved to see that happen. Karen Travers, ABC News, Washington.
Metro Nashville Council voted unanimously to support a resolution declaring racism a public health crisis in Nashville and Davidson County, even though a similar resolution is already in the books from 2020. Last night's action allows Metro Council to take actions they deem appropriate to, quote, dismantle racism and address its associated health disparities. We'll raise a cup to this story. Drinking several cups of caffeinated coffee or tea each day may protect against type 2 diabetes, coronary heart disease, and stroke. Researchers looked at 172,000 coffeeaholics over 12 years. They found most benefited with protection from disease with 2 to 3 cups of caffeinated Joe every day. Market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Not much movement in stock futures this morning, but the Dow futures are up 50. S&P futures are gaining 8 and the NASDAQ futures plus 48. That's the latest news, traffic and weather. Next, Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Couple of trouble spots now at Long Hunter State Park, Hobson Pike, south of Granny Wright Lane. That's a crash there with the injuries reported. Also, Talbot's Corner, an accident, I-65 southbound lanes, Trinity Lane, exit 87, a crash, and 3 lanes are blocked. That's the 3 left lanes are blocked. Watch it as you go through that area. Plenty of delays there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan and Johnny, you guys paying attention to the whole Diddy thing? Just very quickly, before I get to the JD Vance New York Times thing.
Somewhat. Is there an angle that we don't know?
I would just like to know what the hell he was doing with 1,000 bottles of baby oil. That's what they confiscated from his home.
Well, the mind reels.
1,000.
Maybe he's a Costco shopper.
You know what? That's a lot of baby oil. Baby oil, even for Costco. Can you imagine seeing P. Diddy walking through Costco?
Hey, man, it's COVID.
Do you shop at Costco, Joan?
I do.
Okay, we have got to have a conversation about Costco at 8:35.
Oh, okay.
Freak offs. Do you guys know what freak offs are? Because that's one of the things that P. Diddy apparently is being accused of is freak offs. Anybody know what a freak off is?
No, and I'm glad that we don't, I think.
Yeah.
Well,
if it involves him.
Yeah.
If it involves he and the 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
Yeah.
Basically, one of the things that P. Diddy is being accused of is taping people doing things, trying to keep it family friendly.
Thank you.
Doing things, and then using that as a way to keep their obedience and their silence. So in other words, I taped you doing this. Now, if you don't do it again, I'm going to release this to the people you love, and you have to be quiet about it. Otherwise, again, it's going to get out.
Blackmail.
Yeah, evil.
It's like revenge porn. It's like blackmail. I don't know why they call it freak offs, but CNN, believe it or not, is using that term. So that's what they're calling it. So
I don't like that they give it a term like that because then it makes it feel like it's being glorified.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, it's clearly, well, it's like trying to make it seem hip or something or whatever that is.
Exactly.
So is he Combs to be back in court? He spent the night behind bars. Is he going to get out of jail? I don't think he's going to. Because clearly he is, P. Diddy is a flight risk. And I don't know much about this case at all, except that I know what he's accused of and that he is a flight risk. So I think he desperately wants to get out of jail. But do you think they'll let him out of jail, or is he going to stay in there till, throughout the trial and then off to jail he'll go? What do you think?
They're letting everybody out of jail now.
Yeah.
So, but he's high profile, so maybe not. He's very high profile. And
he is. He's also, he's a Democrat, isn't he?
Well, he's Hollywood, so yeah.
Yeah, he's Hollywood. Anyway, whatever. So P. Diddy, CNN is showing now the video. God, it's so horrendous of him kicking his girlfriend in the hallway.
It's horrendous. I couldn't even watch it.
Running out there in a white towel and socks,
black socks.
Yeah. And she's so beautiful. You got to wonder what. I'm not victim shaming, but what was she doing? What was she thinking? Obviously, this guy is dangerous.
I think there's such a, well, she was trying to get out. I think that there is such such a placement on celebrity these days.
Absolutely.
And hey, I'm with P. Diddy. Think about how many likes or shares I'm going to get.
Exactly.
There's a lot of that happens, and especially in the Hollywood culture, celebrity, that kind of thing. This is what they do.
Well, they're trying to achieve stardom. And how can they do that? They need help.
That's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to achieve stardom. So we'll keep you updated on the whole P. Diddy situation throughout the day with people that are far more interested in it than me. Because I really don't care. Anyway, JD Vance in the New York Times. Audio has surfaced of the city manager. This is important. And I played this earlier. Audio has now surfaced of the city manager out there in Springfield saying that, actually, people are complaining about the fact that animals and domesticated pets are coming up missing.
And one of the things that I heard that bothered me very much, I've actually had quite a few people contact me here lately, is some pretty horrid things occurring to domesticated animals in the neighborhood. We've had some stuff in the park that, again, they're being taken advantage of for reasons other than, and if you shake your head, Brian.
No. I asked me if there was proof. I just don't have proof of it. We've heard the same thing.
People that have confided in me have asked me for anonymity. I can't give their names up.
I mean, we haven't seen the proof that you're telling me, and I've heard about it too.
Yeah. So I mean, listen, if the cats are getting eaten, the cats are getting eaten. If they're not, whatever. But the point is that the very same city manager that David Muir quoted while fact-checking Donald Trump that dogs and cats were not being eaten in Springfield, that's him saying that he's had a lot of complaints about this. Also, police reports have now turned up of those same accusations. So the New York Times decides that they're going to go after JD Vance for all of this. And I want you to listen to how JD Vance absolutely nukes this reporter from the New York Times.
You know, Mike, I'll give you a question just to be nice. This will be our last question. And this is the New York Times, so don't hold it against them.
The paper of record, New York Times.
Listen to how just sanctimonious and self-righteous he is. The paper of record, the New York Times, right? Notice how proud he is of the paper of record. And I don't believe that really impresses a lot of people these days, at least folks on the right. I mean, if you want to start talking about how the paper of record has performed over the last several years, really since Donald Trump, we could talk about that quite a bit. They had to acknowledge the paper of record, had to acknowledge that COVID may have escaped one way or another from the Chinese lab, despite their reporting. They had to acknowledge that Hunter Biden's laptop was real, despite their reporting. They had to acknowledge that Donald Trump did not collude with the Russians, despite their reporting. They had to acknowledge that Brian Sicknick, the Capitol Hill police officer who died of strokes after January 6th, was not actually murdered, despite what they reported. I could go on. They had to admit that Russia did not place bounties on the heads of American troops in Afghanistan, despite their reporting. I mean, I could do this all day. I'm not going to, but I could. They also, by the way, had to acknowledge that when it comes to Donald Trump, this is a guy who clearly is connecting with the American people. And yeah, when Donald Trump and many other people were talking about Hunter Biden's laptop being real, and they said that it was Russian disinformation, they looked really bad on that. So when this guy says...
the paper of record, New York Times.
Well, it's the wrong record. But anyway, so the question for JD Vance...
The question is about Springfield, not about the situation, but the style, which I think is something new that we're seeing on the campaign trail. You've said, regardless of what the exact precise facts are here, it's worth it to make the larger point of a town overrun by immigration.
Well, I'd say, Mike, I'll ask your question,
yes,
but no, I didn't say regardless of the precise facts. I said you have to listen to what people are saying. Right, the media has tried to say now for days that I've made up this story. I haven't made up anything. I've just listened to people who are telling me these things.
Oh, there's more. There's a lot more, and it is straight ahead. Time to check the roads at 8:15 on WTN. Partly cloudy today, high in the upper 80s, and right now 71 at WTN. JD Vance takes on the New York Times. I think that no matter what happens in the election, I hope and pray that Donald Trump is going to win the election. But whatever happens, JD Vance has turned into an absolute rock star. So what is getting lost in all of this is the whole Haitians eating pets story, is that this isn't something that Trump and Vance just made up out of thin air. People in Springfield, as I just played you the audio of that city manager, people in Springfield are saying this is happening. Many people, by the way. So regardless of what some folks would lead you to believe, I'm not convinced that it's not happening. Other cultures have different diets. But you know what? To me, that's not the main story. The main story is about the impact these illegal aliens are having on our culture and also on our country, specifically in Springfield. But the dishonesty of the New York Times and other outlets about trying to make this about pets and not overall burdens on Springfield from a crime and a resources and a safety on the road standpoint is absolutely ridiculous. So that's the stupidity of this line of questioning from this reporter, Mike, from the New York Times.
And when I said, and the media always does this, they're very dishonest, when I say that I created a story, I'm talking about the media story. By focusing the press's attention on what's going on in Springfield, I'm not making anything up. I'm just telling you what my own constituents are telling me. But ask your question.
That's the point. Your willingness to shine a light on issues you see as important. Sure. And I'm wondering if you can describe, if you know where your line is on that. Something, at what point, what's something you're willing not to say in order to make a point that is important to you?
Well, I mean...
What? So that's kind of a weird question. And I'm going to be honest with you, I had a hard time following it because it is a weird question.
What's something you're willing not to say in order to make a point that is important to you?
Does that make sense to Johnny and Joan? Does that question even make sense to you?
No, it does not.
What are you willing not to say?
What's something you're willing not to say in order to make a point that is important to you?
So what would you cover up in order to make a point? Is that what he's saying?
I don't know. I don't understand his answer. JD Vance, though, absolutely nuked him.
Come on.
If you know.
Mike. Well,
Here's
Mike,
a question for him,
Mike,
not the crowd.
What I wouldn't say is that the New York Times is a respectable paper. That's one thing I wouldn't be willing to say.
Touche.
But all kidding aside, if one person had called me and said, I'm seeing this in Springfield, we maybe let that pass. When 4, 5, 6, 7 people are telling me they see something in Springfield, and on top of it, that there are certain people who refuse to listen to them, who refuse to take their concerns seriously, that's when it's my job as a United States Senator to listen to my constituents.
Yeah.
That's really, it's very simple.
I mean, he's right. And as I said earlier, just because the media collectively screams and demands that you believe them, that the story is not real, just because the Democrats can smile and put their hand in their chin and, the whole thing where their head in their chin, like Kamala Harris did during the debate, just because the other side demands that a story is the way that they say it is, doesn't mean that we have to believe them. It also doesn't mean that they're right, because I just gave you 50 trillion examples earlier in the segment where the media has been wrong about many stories. And so when we start talking about the Haitians and the cats and whatever, I think back to Russian disinformation, Hunter Biden's laptop, Russian disinformation, Donald Trump colluded with the Russians. It's always the same thing. It's all of the screaming. And so when and all of the demanding that the media has that you believe them. And I'm sorry, but they've lost the trust that the American people had in them. Their credibility is absolutely shot. So they can say and report, put that in air quotes, report whatever they want. And I also think back to, again, during the debate, one of those moments in the debate where Kamala Harris came back is so incredibly unlikable, where she was doing like the thinking person's pose, the chin in the hand and, trying to, figure out what exactly it was that Donald Trump was trying to say. For the Democrats and the media, this is very important. This whole narrative is very important to them, the Haitians and the cats story, because they're trying to use it on a number of different fronts. Number one, what they're trying to do is they're trying to use this to blame Donald Trump for his own assassination attempt. That's number one, and the attempt on his life. And number two is that they're using this instead of talking about the failed policies of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And number three, what they're also trying to do is they're trying to obfuscate from their own culpability, because their own words, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, and all of these other things, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many others, has led to these assassination attempts on the former president's life. Here's another audio bite.
I mean, look, there's a lot of crazy stuff you read about. I mean, one of these things, I don't know if you saw the story from a couple of years ago that like the Defense Department had declassified the UFO stuff. Did you see that? That was a crazy story. I don't talk about that because I have no idea what's going on. So my standard for whether I talk about something, Mike, is whether enough people that I trust bring it to me, at least to the point where I feel like I've got to investigate it myself, not just trust the media to do their job, because a lot of times they don't. So
there you go. And I think the majority of the American people are on to the bias of the New York Times, the Washington Post, clearly ABC, and as I reported to you earlier, the evening newscast with David Muir is down by 12%. 8:22, Joan Jones is coming up with the news at 8:30. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, thousands of terrorists are out of commission right now, so who's left to retaliate? The group getting a permanent gig on Lower Broadway, and they have nothing to do with music. That's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:23 on WTN. Great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking. Now, my friends at Loan Pronto have rates that start with a 4. Now, this is the best rate in years. So listen, if your current rate is over 6%, you can dump it and lower your house payment big time. Loan Pronto has locked in folks recently at 4.99% APR. So whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it's time to call my friends at Loan Pronto. Even if you're in the process with another lender, stop now and call Loan Pronto. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-499-5780, and ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days with almost no paperwork and usually no appraisal. If you act right now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. So call right now, Loan Pronto. They can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like the other guys. 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com, 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
$8:29, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Mark Spain, real estate. You know, when the real estate market slows down, Mark Spain can really help you out with the guaranteed offer. Now, with the guaranteed offer, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress, absolutely hassle-free. You know, fall can be a busy time, and trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer, you'll be on the market, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. And the best part, no stress. Now, one of their clients, Walker, said, and this is a quote, "We had to move fast, and we were worried the process would take too long, and we'd have to spend a lot of money on repairs." He says, Mark Spain gave us an offer in 3 days for over our asking price. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate, they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews, and you can trust Mark Spain to sell your home fast and for the most money. So call them at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. You can find them online. It's markspain.com to find out what your guaranteed offer would be and start packing.
Good morning, 8:30 here, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're looking at a mix of clouds and sun today. We'll go back into the mid to upper 80s. More to come in weather and traffic in just a few minutes. Hezbollah promises a reckoning against Israel for the deadly explosion of pagers across that country that killed at least 9 people and injured 2,800, 2 of them critically. But whether anyone can pull off a retaliation now is in question.
Inevitably, Hezbollah is going to want to respond in some way. But if you have most of your mid-level leadership and your senior leadership injured and either in the hospital or out of action, it's going to be very difficult for Hezbollah to coordinate an attack against Israel, at least for the next few weeks or months.
That's ABC News contributor Steve Ganyard. Now, threats against Rutherford County schools have been on the rise in the last couple of weeks. Channel 4's Lydia Fielder says police don't believe anyone was going to carry out any of the threats.
In fact, the sheriff says they figured out most of the students are just reposting old social media threats or copying posts from threats in either other districts or even other states. The sheriff says students passing along these posts so quickly really make it difficult and time-consuming for officers to figure out where they came from in the first place.
Still, 2 students have been arrested. The sheriff's department is hoping students will quit sharing the threats on social media and just report it to police. The Red Frogs are getting a permanent gig in Nashville. They'll be posted at Lower Broadway every Friday night starting this week. The group came into focus after college student Riley Strain fell into the Columbia River and drowned. Red Frog volunteers provide a place for partiers to sober up and charge their phones after a night on the town. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Things are starting off this morning on Wall Street in a mixed bag. The Dow Jones Industrials down 69. NASDAQ is up 35. And the S&P 500 index is up just a fraction. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:33, Nashville's Morning News. You know, Dan Mandis here. I'm in the middle of a great backyard makeover, and I know the value of updating and upgrading my backyard, and you should too. Moon Valley Nurseries can help you if you've been thinking about doing just that. Now, think about what you would want in your perfect backyard. Then check them out online at moonvalleynurseries.com, and you can get some great ideas. You can actually add a ton of livable space to your home when you do this, not to mention increase the value of your home. Now, if you're not quite sure what you need to do, but you know that you need to do something, get a free design consultation from Moon Valley Nurseries. You can prepare for any backyard event, big or small. They can help you by creating the perfect setting for anything. Like they say, we create the yard, you create the memories. You do that by reaching out to Moon Valley Nurseries online. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. moonvalleynurseries.com. That's moonvalleynurseries.com for a free design consultation. moonvalleynurseries.com.
Couple of problem spots on 65 northbound this morning in Spring Hill. It's an accident past Saturn Parkway, exit 53. And then on the southbound side of I-65, this is in Talbot's Corner. A crash has the right shoulder blocked off. That's at Trinity Lane, exit 87. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
.838, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Show's already started in here. We're coming up with the Gang of Four on WTN. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know by now, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. If you have an older roof, they're going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. 615-329-8121. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-329-8121. Get your royal review to kinginsurance.com. .839, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Everybody okay in there?
Yeah, that's just Grandpa Mandis moving the microphone after he turns it on.
Making noise.
Good job.
We need a little WD-40 in here.
You new with this thing?
No, been using microphones for a couple of years now.
Yeah.
Anyway, time for the Gang of Four, brought to you by My Patriot Supply. PrepareWithMandis.com. Chris Andis here. Hello, Chris.
What's up? What's up, guys?
Hi,
Joan Jones. Now, Joan, people keep, and hey, Johnny. People keep telling me, Joan, that I need to call you JJ. Because remember when I called you Jane by accident and I said, can I just call you JJ?
It's seared into my memory, yes.
Mine too, and apparently everyone else's.
Yeah.
So they keep telling me that I should call you JJ, but that just sounds wrong.
Oh, okay. Bump.
Yeah.
The comedy never ends.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't actually begun.
Were you thinking about that all day?
Listen, as I said earlier in the show, I find me hysterical.
Yes.
If y'all don't, well, then that's a you problem. Anyway, so no, I can't bring myself to call you JJ. Joan?
For a the first part of my career in radio, I was called JJ. So
were you?
Yeah, first 20 years. Yeah.
All right. So, but I need to know, what do you prefer? Because people are actually, believe it or not, yelling at me because I'm disrespecting a woman because I'm not calling said woman what she wants to be called.
Are they saying it in capital letters? And
yes,
that's why really?
One person did.
Wow.
Yeah. So what do you want? You want JJ? Do you want Joan?
I don't have a preference, really.
Good.
Yeah, you can call me anything, but don't call me late for dinner. I hate that saying, but yeah, well.
So all right. So just so we're clear,
yeah,
she just said that I can call her Jane.
No,
as long as
I don't call you late for dinner.
I heard the same thing.
Yeah. You got a point.
It's Jane in the newsroom, everybody.
All right. So you were telling me off the air, Chris.
Yes.
Something about Pharrell Williams.
Yes. Well, I don't know if you saw yesterday, Billie Eilish came out with a pre-written statement about how she's endorsing Kamala Harris. Did you see that going viral?
No.
Billie Eilish is like a pop star, but she's like, I am Billie Eilish, and I like Kamala Harris. And she's just reading a statement. It's terrible. But Pharrell Williams came out and he says he gets annoyed when he sees celebrities trying to tell you who to vote for. And he thinks, what the heck? Shut up. Nobody asked you.
I love
Amen.
That.
I like it too.
I love that.
Yeah.
Pharrell Williams.
He did cover his butt in the interview and he goes, well, I'll never vote for a far right candidate, which is just like, okay, I see what you're doing there, but would you consider Trump a far right candidate?
No.
I wouldn't.
No.
But people on the left do think he's far right.
Just because he has the R by his name.
Yeah.
Well, they
call him MAGA extremist for a reason.
They'll call him anything to keep him out of office.
Yeah.
Though.
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing. I'm looking for the Billie Eilish audio because I want to hear it.
I'll find it for you.
I am having so many problems this morning with the technicalities of it. Has nothing to do with my age or diminishing mental state. Just so we're clear.
You have to say it.
Hey, move your microphone a little bit.
Oh man!
All right, check your Twitter DMs. I'm sending it to you right now.
All right, very good.
Do you need his help finding that?
It's the little envelope that says messages, Dan.
Oh, there it is.
See?
No, you know what? I get a lot of messages, and so you would think that I would. Oh, there it is. All right, very good. All right, you guys ready to hear this?
Yeah.
It sounds like she's reading the entire time. It's her and her brother or producer or both.
So I have a confession to make. I thought Billie Eilish was a man.
What?
Did you really?
Really?
I did.
Seriously?
Oh, Johnny, you stop it.
No,
John is like, oh, really? Like you didn't think Billie Eilish was a man?
Hell no, I didn't. I know who Billie Eilish is. She didn't know who Van Halen was.
Anyway.
Did that really happen?
She didn't know who somebody asked her about Van Halen. She was clueless.
How old is she?
Goodness.
How old is Billie Eilish?
She's not very old.
All right, very good. Well, this 25. Is what she said about.
She's 22.
22. Right.
Today is National Voter Registration Day, and we are asking you to please join us in going to iwillvote.com to check your status and vote early like we do.
We are voting for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they are fighting to protect our reproductive freedom, our planet, and our democracy.
We can't let extremists control our lives, our freedoms, and our future. The only way to stop them and the dangerous Project 2025 agenda is to vote and elect Kamala Harris.
Vote like your life depends on it, because it does.
Go to iwillvote.com and make a plan to vote early.
Love you guys.
How much do you think she got paid for that? Do you think she got a check in the mail, right?
She had
probably.
to.
Oh, yeah.
Probably. I mean,
yeah.
You know, honestly, that sounds really ridiculous, number one. And
Yes.
number two, wait, I only want to hear that one time. And
so much passion in that.
You noticed that too?
My favorite parts about tweets like these are the comments. I go right to the comments.
Oh, absolutely.
The first one with the most likes. Yawn. Nobody cares.
I mean, honestly, does anybody care about Billie Eilish? I mean, I'm sure that maybe there's some young people that do, and maybe I'm just out of touch.
She had her moment, but I really don't know that she's relevant that much anymore.
Well, you know, they sound so like low key. It's like, have some passion for your candidate. It almost sounds like, they're...
Yeah.
Have you seen the debate going on with, we did this in the 5, about Kamala Harris and whether or not she was actually stoned when she started talking about Haitian kids and photo day?
I mean, my heart breaks for this community. There were children, elementary school children, who it was school photo day.
Yeah.
You remember what that's like?
Yeah, man.
Going to school on picture day?
Oh, yeah.
That's my skull.
Yeah, man.
Who were dressed up in their best, got all ready, knew what they were going to wear the night before, and had to be evacuated.
Oh, man.
Children.
Bummer.
Children.
I know. Do you remember picture day, man?
Dude.
Man, I remember picture day.
You ever look back in your high school yearbook?
No, my eyes aren't bloodshot.
And you see the stoners in your yearbook?
Oh, yeah.
And they had like the stoner eyes. You know what I'm talking about, Chris? Where
This guy.
No, they did. They had the stoner. You know what stoner eyes are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just look like half open.
Yep.
Kind of a thing.
And they had unkempt hair.
Yes.
Usually, yes.
Smelled of Doritos.
Yeah.
Doritos, as Kamala would call them.
Doritos.
Jeez.
Kamala Bong.
Oh, yeah.
That should be our new name for Kamala Harris.
So,
Kamala Bong.
I didn't go to the pot on this one. I heard her voice and I was like, wow, she must have been up late tying one on last night.
See,
do you hear it?
See, I said the same thing about alcohol.
She has that alcohol, gravelly voice the next morning because she drank too much the night before.
Yeah, perhaps.
It could be a mixture. She could have had too much alcohol the night before, and to take care of that hangover, she decided to hit the bong.
So how much fun was it watching the terrorists get their fingers blown off?
It was pretty fun.
It was fun. Some people are horrified, but all over the internet yesterday, you have, all these terrorists getting their fingers and other things blown off because they carry their pagers in their front pocket.
I loved the memes. I'm always here for the memes. The best one, and I posted on my Twitter account at Chris Hand on Air. It's somebody looking at a beeper and it says 72 virgins.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
I have to admit, Ken Weaver and I were in the newsroom yesterday as this was breaking. And I would find something on my Twitter feed and I'd show him and he'd find one on his Twitter feed and go, hey, check this one out. And it felt very weird, kind of gory, but in the same moment, it was fun. I don't know.
I'm sorry. You know what? The only good terrorist is a dead terrorist. And,
there you go.
How many bombs can they make with only 4 fingers?
This is true.
That's what I want to know.
And they can't pull a trigger without the trigger finger.
That's exactly right.
Ooh, good one.
Now, there's some people that are upset about this.
Silence! I kill you!
Stockman. So Joan
got some more company though.
In the 5 o'clock hour, Joan was talking about this, and so then I, of course, could not. As you know, Chris, I have a problem. I couldn't stop playing it. I'm only going to play it once. That had way too much fun with not only Ahmed but also the bong. But I do like my name for Kamala Harris, Kamala Bong.
I like that.
Either she sounds stoned or I need to be stoned to understand her.
Yeah.
There's that.
Yesterday, but even then she's pushing that the bomb threats, it's already been debunked as a hoax by the Ohio governor.
Right. It's already been, Chris. So has Charlottesville. That was a hoax. What's the other one? There's
Bloodbath.
Bloodbath. That's the other one.
Bloodbath,
so
very
many.
fine people, losers and suckers. Dead police officers on January 6th.
You know what? There's also, if you remember this one, the 33,000 emails.
Oh, Hillary with the Russians.
Yeah, that's how far back this has gone. He was goofing around on stage.
He was, of course, goofing around.
And suddenly he's asking the Russians to help him.
By the way, have you heard the woman who used to live next to the would-be assassin, number 2? And
I've seen it.
I played it yesterday.
She had purple hair.
She had purple hair.
So I tend to disregard and move along. So I haven't heard it yet.
Well,
When you were at the house inside, did you see anything political or anything like that?
No, only thing I seen, they had a horse in the house. I mean, a whole live horse in the house. But
she had a whole horse in the house. A whole horse in the house.
A horse and a horse's ass.
They had a horse in the house.
Horse in the house. That's what she said. You want to hear the rest of it?
I do.
How do you mean a horse in the house?
A horse.
By the way, the best part of this is the really dignified guy questioning the woman about the horse in the house.
A whole live horse.
In the house or in the outbuilding?
In the house where the living room is at. Put hay all in there and the big old live horse. And the horse,
Did anyone step in? Like any?
Yeah, he stayed in the house. I mean, when it's winter time, at least
did the authorities intervene in that, or did anyone complain?
I don't guess they care.
No, this is America. We're about freedom.
It was crazy. I mean, I had told all my friends because they didn't believe me. I took a picture of the horse in the house, but I don't know, I was their phone now, but
So you disregard people with blue hair?
Purple hair, yeah.
Purple. It was a purple or blue?
Well, it's like animals in the wild. Those bright colors are a warning sign. Do you know what I mean?
Can I just tell you something? My 85-year-old mother has purple hair.
Oh, no.
No, she does.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
It gains her a lot of attention. I really don't know.
Do you know what I think about when I think about people with purple hair? Sorry. I'm
My
sorry.
mom
I'm
is
sorry.
not a stoner.
She's got glaucoma, guys. It's different. It's different.
So you are outright not believing that would-be assassin number 2 did not have a horse in his living room?
I didn't say I don't believe it. Have you seen this guy? He looks like an absolute lunatic. Like
Well, yeah. I mean, based on some of his actions, obviously, he's a lunatic as well.
I just see somebody with purple hair and I choose not to listen.
Well, there's that as well.
You need verification from a second source.
So I would listen to Joan's mom if Joan's there and she's co-signing. But other than that, I would probably avoid the conversation.
All right, so I wanted to do this. Did anybody else do the 666 rule in dating yesterday?
No.
That sounds satanic.
Yeah, it does.
No, I know it does, which is why
now.
people were talking about it yesterday. Just real quickly, because none of us are single here, but
what is the 666
women
rule?
are using the 666 dating rule to find the perfect man, but is it hurting their chances at finding love? So the 666 rule is that a man has to be 6 feet tall, has to make 6 figures, and I forget what the other 6 is because I can't find it.
Well, you can't leave out the last 6.
I'm looking for it. Joan, look up the last 6. I'm trying to find it. This is a terribly written article in the New York Post. What is the last 6? Oh, somebody check the super text line. People are no doubt sending it in. A 6-pack.
Has a 6-pack, yeah.
A 6-pack of abs.
Yeah.
So you've got to have...
Good luck, ladies.
Yes.
Good luck.
So a man has to make 6 figures, be over 6 feet tall, and have a 6-pack in the abs department.
Well, all of you guys would be lonely.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
well,
we would.
1 out of 3 is Hall of Fame in baseball, right? So.
I mean, be honest with you, I look like I have like 6 loaves of bread in my belly, not a 6-pack of... All right.
And that's about all we can afford on our
That's
salary.
exactly right.
There goes the
I get
salary.
paid weekly, very weekly.
And I've got to go to the discount bread aisle at that. You know, the ones that are almost expired. Anyway, Chris, what's coming up?
Well, we're going to talk about Kamala Harris at the NABJ, the KJP versus Ducey exchange, plus Gavin Newsom so butthurt by a meme that he made it illegal. All that and more.
8:54 at Nashville's Morning News. You know, earlier we were talking about would-be assassin number 2 possibly having a horse in his living room. Can you imagine the amount of calls he would have to make to Zero Res? Thank you. Dan Mandis here. Dan Mandis here. And you know how much I love Zero Res because they do keep my carpets insanely clean. And I always take advantage of their special pricing to save money as well. Now, you know, in my house, no horse, but I do have a dog and kids as well. And so my carpet, oftentimes it is a mess. Now with Zero Res, they come right on over, they clean it right up, no harsh chemicals, and that means pure safety for my family. Now they have the highest approval rating possible from the Carpet and Rug Institute. When they clean, they don't leave anything behind, just soft and fluffy carpets. Now, when they come to my house, they arrive on time. They leave with me as yet another satisfied customer. Right now, great new deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for $119. You're also going to get a free hallway. One more time, 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, $119, a free hallway as well. $100 off of air duct cleaning as well, using Fresh 100 for the promo code. 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. Restrictions may apply. ZeroResNashville.com. That's ZeroResNashville.com.